Ayun. So, nakikita po ba yung screen ko? Okay. So, hello everyone. Welcome to Introduction to Criminology. I am Miss Jane M. Borja. So, I believe you already know the drill. So, question and answer tayo. And then, so I will flash the question and you will answer sa chat box na lang po natin. Okay. So, I guess, mag-start na tayo. Ready na ba kayo? Okay. So, let's start. Not sure if... Nagmo-move naman yung ano. Okay. So, first question. The term criminology was originally derived from what Latin word? So, letter A, crimen, B, criminologo, C, criminologia, D, criminology. So, what's your answer? The term criminology was originally derived from what Latin word? So, we're asking, this question is asking for etymology of the word criminology. Ang hinahanap natin is Latin word. So I see here answering letter A, letter C. Okay, so the correct answer is nag-move ba? Nakikita ba siya? Parang hindi halata na ano. Okay, the correct answer po is crimen. I don't know, parang saglit lang po ha. I'm not sure kung nag-move yung slide ko. Ayun. Okay. So the correct answer is crimen. So criminology, okay. The term criminology po is derived from Latin word crimen, which means offense, and logo or Greek word logo or logia, which means to study. So criminology, it literally means to study crime. And in 1885, Rafael Garofalo coined the term criminologia. Criminologia po is an Italian word. Italian word po yan. And then in 1887, Paul Topinard coined the term criminology. Yung spelling naman ng criminology dito is IE. So kay Rafael Garofalo, criminologia, kay Paul Topinard, criminology. So para mas madali ninyong matandaan, saglit. So para mas madali ninyong matandaan, no? Italian word, 'di ba? Italian, Italia, yung spelling ng Italian word, IA. So tignan niyo yung spelling ng criminologia, it's also IA. So Italian. Then for Paul Topinard, it's criminology. So how about who clear ko lang yung drawing. Okay, who coined the English word criminology? Who knows? Who coined? You can type in the chat box. Sino ang nag-coin ng English word na criminology? Yung spelling is Y sa dulo. Anyone? Okay, that's correct. It's Edwin Sutherland. Si Edwin Sutherland po ang nag-coin ng English word na criminology. Okay, next, number 2. It is the scientific study of crime and the effort of the society to prevent and repress them. A, penology, B, criminal etiology, C, criminology, D, sociology of law. So the correct answer is, I think all of you got the correct answer. This is basic. Pagka hindi nyo to alam, magtaka na kayo. Okay, that is criminology. So all of the other choices here are the principal divisions of criminology. So we have 4, updated na po siya, 4 principal division of criminology. So first, we have sociology of law. So sociology of law, when you talk about sociology of law, We study how law influences the act or behavior of the society, how law affects criminality, how law could be a measure to prevent criminality, as law is seen as formal social control. Pag sinabi naman nating penology, so penology, it is the branch of criminology that deals with the study of the management of jails and inmates. So penology came from Latin word puena, which means pain or suffering. So tandaan nyo yan, pain or suffering, puena, pain or suffering. Latin word puena, pain or suffering. Penology, other term this then is penal science, and the person who coined the term penology is Francis Leber. And then we have criminal etiology. So itong criminal etiology, it deals with the study of the causes. So criminal etiology, causes or reasons of crime. So huwag kayong makonfuse sa word na etymology tsaka etiology kasi baka may makonfuse. Pag sinabi nating etymology, origin. Pag sinabi nating etiology, causes. Ha? Huwag kayong makonfuse sa dalawang word niyan. Etymology, origin yon. Anong origin ng word ng criminology? Etymology. Pag etiology, causes. Ano ba yung mga causes? Ano yung mga reasons ng crime? And then the fourth na dinagdag nila, fourth principal division of criminology, it's criminalistics, that we also known as instrumentation. Diba? Criminalistics, instrumentation. So it is concerned with the collection, with the identification, recognition of physical evidence. Okay, number 3. The following are the scopes of criminology except A, the making of laws, B, the breaking of laws, C, the reaction towards breaking of laws, D, none of this. So what's your answer? Okay, very good. So the following are the scope of criminology except letter D, none of this, because all of them, lahat ng nasa choices from A to C are the scope of criminology. And this was provided by Donald Creasy, so it was incorporated in the universal definition of criminology. Ba yung palagi natin ginagamit na definition ng criminology, it was a definition collaborated by Edwin Sutherland and Donald Creasy. Yung criminology is the body of knowledge regarding crime as a social phenomenon. It includes within its scope the making of law, the breaking of laws, and the reaction towards the breaking of laws. So, ang nag-define niyan, si Edwin Sutherland at saka si Donald Creasy. Question number 4. The study of criminology involves the use of knowledge and concept of other sciences and field of study which makes the study of criminology. A, dynamic, B, nationalistic, C, social science, D, applied science. Again, the study of criminology involves the use of knowledge and concept of other sciences and field of study which makes the study of criminology. A, dynamic, B, nationalistic, C, social science, D, applied science. Okay, so the answer is, very good, halos lahat nakakuha. The answer is applied science. So we have nature and scope of criminology. So first, we have an applied science. So pag sinabi natin criminology as an applied science, application of sciences in the study of criminology. So example, if we study the reasons or causes of criminality, we apply biology, we apply anthropology, we apply psychology for us to know and understand the causes of crime. So for crime investigation naman, we apply chemistry, diba? Physics. So yun para to aid criminal investigation or detection. Kaya criminology as an applied science. Na second nature and scope of criminology, we have social science. So social science, criminology is a social science kasi yung krimen is part of the society. Kaya nga sinabi, di ba, crime as a social phenomenon because crime is created by the people in the society and exists in the society and therefore part of the society. So criminology as social science. Then we have dynamic. So yung pag-aaral ng criminology ay hindi constant, hindi absolute. It is always subject to changes as our societal condition changes. And then nationalistic, ang pag-aaral ng criminology is magdidepende sa batas na ini-enforce sa isang bansa. Saglit lang ha. Again ha, ang question po natin, the study of criminology that involves the use of knowledge and concept of other sciences. That is applied science, as an applied science. Okay, question number 5. What is the title of Republic Act 11131? So the answer is letter D, the Philippine Criminology Profession Act of 2018. Number 6, the following number 6, the following are the examples of subjective approach in explaining criminal behavior except. Again, the following are the examples of subjective approach in explaining criminal behavior except A, criminal atavism, B, epidemiological, C, physiognomy, D, somatotype. The following are the examples. So sabi dito, lahat daw ng ito ay example ng subjective approach in explaining criminal behavior except. Okay, so almost all got the correct answer. And the answer is epidemiological. So what is subjective approach first? So meron tayong dalawang main approaches, two main approaches in the explanation of crime. We have objective approach, meron tayong subjective approach. Pag sinabi nating objective approach, criminal behavior is explained in terms of the factors extraneous to the offender. Meaning, these are the criminal behavior are explained in terms of external factors. External factors, example, sociological, cultural, or economic. So yung dahilan kung bakit ang isang tao ay criminal are environmental factors. So external, meaning outside the person. Objective approach. While subjective approach, it explains that criminal behavior, the criminal behavior in terms of factors within the criminal. So subjective approach. So inside the person. Ang example niyan is biological, hereditary. For example, kaya criminal. Okay. Sige, actually dinadahan-dahan ko na pero okay, I'll try to make it more slower. Okay. Subjective approach. So for example, si Juan, kaya criminal si Juan or naging criminal si Juan kasi yung parents niya, both parents niya are criminal. Meaning to say, na-inherit niya yung criminal traits ng both parents niya. So that is subjective approach. That falls into subjective approach. So biological. Yung factor kung bakit naging criminal ang isang tao is within the person. Or for another example, mental traits. Kaya si Juan naging criminal because there is an abnormality in his brain functioning. So yan, within the person. Pag sinabi nating objective approach, again, external. So example nito, kaya naging criminal si Juan kasi yung mga barkada niya, criminal. So na-learn ni Juan yung behavior niya from his peers. So that is objective approach, sociological. So going back to the question, so subjective approach. So criminal, the choices here, we have criminal atavism. So when we say criminal atavism, it states that the criminals are underdeveloped and manifest throwback physical characteristics compared to normal individual. So this was introduced to us by Cesar Lombroso. Sabi niya na yung mga criminals daw compared to the normal human being are underdeveloped. And they manifest throwback physical characteristics, which is our throwback ancestors, mga apes daw. So, yun yung sabi niya sa born criminal niya, na kapag mukha kang unggoy, criminal ka. So, buti na lang hindi tayo pinanganak dati. Okay, so we have here choice letter B, epidemiological. So, criminal epidemiology is the study of the relationship of environment and criminality. So, the connection of the environment to criminality. Physiognomy, it explains the relationship of the facial characteristics, facial characteristics in connection to the criminal behavior. So, yun yung sinasabi ng physiognomy. And then sa somatotype, this explains the relationship of the body build and the criminal behavior. So, there are two persons behind this theory. So, the forerunner of somatotype, forerunner is Ernst Kretschmer, and then yung nagpasikat sa somatotype theory is si William Sheldon. So si Ernest Kretschmer, he introduced his own type of physics. We have picnic, asthenic, tsaka athletic. And then for William Sheldon, nag-introduce din siya ng sarili ng version, types of physics, mesomorph, ectomorph, tsaka endomorph. So sa question dito sa number 6, in answering multiple choice question, so we use elimination process. So you eliminate the choices, no? So letter A, automatic eliminate na yan kasi subject approach siya. Ang tinatanong dito man, except. 'Di ba? Except. So, physiognomy, eliminate. Somatotype, eliminate. So, that is why our answer is letter B. Okay, sige. Actually, first time ko po maggamit ng Zoom, so I'm really sorry if medyo nagkakapa-kapa pa ako. Pero sige, magsusulat po ako. Okay. Sige po. Kasi pag nagsulat ako, parang hindi na ni-next yung slide. Ano ba to? Okay. Okay. So number 7, question. This school of thought states that although individuals have free will, there are other factors that affect the exercise of their free will, which cause them to commit crimes. A, neoclassical. B, classical. C, utilitarianism. D, positivist. Again, this school of thought in criminology states that although individuals have free will, there are other factors that affect the exercise of their free will, which cause them to commit crimes. A, neoclassical. B, classical. C, utilitarianism. D, positivist. So what's your answer? Okay, I think all got the correct, almost got the correct answer. And the correct answer is neoclassical. Ma'am, bakit neoclassical? May nabasa ako dito sa chat box. Letter B ang answer kasi may answer key. So okay. So we have three main school of thought in criminology. So we have classical school of thought, we have neoclassical school of thought, and we have positivist school of thought. So automatic itong letter C na utilitarianism, X na yan. So elimination process, X na yan. Okay, so classical school of thought. So classical school of thought, the pioneer of this one is Cesar Beccaria, and Jeremy Bentham. So itong classical school of thought, it has two doctrines. Una, free will, and ang pangalawa is hedonism. So yung free will, it was proposed by Cesar Beccaria. So ang sabi sa free will, tayong mga tao ay may kalayaan or free will na pumili ng tama or mali. And then hedonism, this was proposed by Jeremy Bentham. So according to him, according to the principle of hedonism, doctrine of hedonism, people seek pleasure and avoid pain. So bakit nagkakaroon ng criminality? So based on the explanation of the classical school of thought, we human being are rational being. Ibig sabihin, meron tayong tamang pag-iisip. At meron tayong free will, kalayaang pumili to choose between good and bad. And meron tayong kakayahan na timbangin yung mga consequence or benefits out of our action. So meaning, alam natin yung magiging effect sa pipiliin nating action. So nangyayari yung krimen because it provides pleasure to the criminals. So para labanan natin yung krimen, to deter crimes under classical school of thought, kailangan na yung punishment is painful enough to counterbalance the pleasure that the criminal gets from committing the crime. Yung principle nila, let the punishment fits the crime. Neoclassical school of thought. Ang neoclassical school of thought, they agree. They agree with the classical school of thought. They said, oo, tama kayo, classical school of thought, you are correct that in general, people or human being has the free will to choose right or bad in general. Sabi nila, but not all. Yun yung sabi nila, but not all. So meaning may exemption. Tama kayo na merong free will na pumili ng tama at mali, pero hindi lahat. Paano hindi lahat? Sino ba yung walang kalayaan na mag-exercise ng kanilang free will? Children and lunatic. So they don't have the capacity to exercise their free will. So yun. So ito yung ng neoclassical school of thought. So naniniwala sila sa paniniwala ng classical school, pero sabi nila hindi siya applicable sa lahat. So merong mga group of people na hindi kaya or walang kakayahan na i-exercise yung kanilang free will. And yun yung children and lunatic. So positivist school of thought naman, so they oppose with the doctrine of free will of Cesar Beccaria. So positivist school of thought, sino ang pioneer dito? Yung Holy Three in Criminology. Sino yung mga Holy Three in Criminology? Sa panguna ni sa panguna ng Father of Criminology si Cesar Lombroso, Enrico Ferri and Rafael Garofalo. So yun yung pioneer ng positivist school of thought. Okay, other term po ng positivist school of thought is Italian school of thought. So bakit tinawag na Italian school of thought? Kasi yung mga pioneers nila ay mga Italiano. So kaya tinawag na Italian school of thought. Yung mga founders Italiano. Positivist school of thought. So this was named kasi si Cesar Lombroso, he was influenced by Auguste Comte. So ito si Cesar Lombroso, isinulong niya yung pag-aaral ng cause or factors affecting the criminality with the aid of scientific method. Kaya nga siya tinawag na Father of Criminology. So he was influenced with Auguste Comte. So si Auguste Comte po, I'll chat na lang dito sa chat box. Okay, si Auguste Comte po, siya po yung father ng positivism. Siya po yung nag-coin ng term na positivism. Kasi si Auguste Comte or yung full name niya, i-type ko sa chat box para alam niyo yung spelling. Kasi ang hirap magsulat sa screen, medyo nahihirapan ako, pasensya na. Saglit. Isidore Auguste Marie Francois Javier Comte. Na-send ba? Na-send ba? Ay, saglit. Dapat to everyone. Ayun. Ayun. Isidore August Marie Francois Javier Comte. Yan po ang complete name ni Auguste Comte. Si Auguste Comte, siya yung nag-coin ng term na positivism. So para mas madali ninyong matandaan yung pangalan ni Auguste Comte, ito ni Monix, I am FXC. Yan, tandaan nyo yan. I am FXC. Isidore Auguste Marie Francois Javier Comte. So, para madali ninyong matandaan. So, si Auguste Comte, he believed that in studying society, it must be done scientifically. So sabi niya, dapat merong scientific evidence, merong statistics, merong positive data in studying the society. So dapat merong positive knowledge based on direct experience. So dapat daw systematic. So yun yung naisip ni Cesar Lombroso. So na-influensyahan siya ng idea ni Auguste Comte. Kung pwedeng pag-aralan yung society with the aid of scientific method, why not pag-aralan natin yung krimen with the aid also of the scientific method. So, na-influensyahan siya ni Auguste Comte. Kaya siya tinawag na positivist school of thought. So, yun yung dahilan ng pangalan niya. So, positivist school of thought po, it has the doctrine of determinism. Determinism. Ay, wrong spelling. Sorry. Wrong spelling. Saglit. Determinism. Ayan, yan po yung doctrine ng positivist school of thought. So, ano ba sinasabi ng doctrine na yan? Sinasabi dyan na yung criminal behavior daw is based on biological, psychological, and sociological factors. That is why we have biological determinism, psychological determinism, and sociological determinism. So sinasabi ng doktrina to na lahat ng choices ng isang tao, lahat ng kanyang desisyon, lahat ng kanyang actions, they are determined by antecedent causes, inherited, or environmental acting upon his character. So yung mga factors daw that beyond his control, yun yung nag-impluwensya sa kanyang behavior para mag-commit ng criminal act. Okay. So, move tayo sa question number 8. Okay, question number 8. This school of thought in criminology states that although individuals have self-rule, there are other factors that affect the exercise of their autonomy, which cause them to commit crime. A, neoclassical. B, classical. C, utilitarianism. D, positivist. Again, this school of thought in criminology states that although individuals have self-rule, there are other factors that affect the exercise of their autonomy. So what's the answer? The answer is letter D. So this school of thought states that there are factors that affects the individual's decisions, individual's actions, individual's choices, or thoughts. So that is positivist school of thought, determinism. Factors that determines or affects the decisions, choices, or actions of the individual. Number 9. Okay, number 9. It explains that crime and delinquency are functions of motivated offenders, suitable target, and absence of capable guardians. A, routine activity theory. B, differential association theory. C, rational choice theory. D, classical theory. Again, it explains that crime and delinquency are functions of motivated offenders, suitable target, and absence of capable guardian. So what's the answer? Okay, so may nakikita akong sagot na A, may nakikita akong sagot na C. So, kayo ay na... Okay, the answer is letter A. Routine activity theory. So, tandaan nyo lang, sa routine activity theory, merong tatlong elements. And ang tatlong elements na to is kailangan siya present para mangyari yung krimen. Una, motivated offender. Drawing tayo. Ito yung tatlong elements po niya. Motivated offender, suitable target, and absence of capable guardian. So, ano yan? Routine activity theory. So, yan po yung tatlong elements. Yan lang po yung tandaan ninyo. Basta present yung tatlong elements na yan, that is routine activity theory. Ay, hindi na na-clear. Ayun. Okay. So, what is differential association theory? So, pag sinabi natin differential association theory or that, this was introduced by Edwin Sutherland. So, according to this theory, criminal behavior is learned through human interaction. Again, criminal behavior is learned through human interaction. So, kaya nagiging kriminal ang isang kriminal kasi natutunan niya sa pamamagitan ng pakikipaghalubilo sa isang taong kriminal. So that is differential association theory. Rational choice theory naman, this is one of the classical theories that states that criminal behavior of a person is a product of rational choice. So ibig sabihin, rational choice, ibig sabihin, tinimbang muna ng mabuti yung benefits or yung consequence na posibleng makuha ng isang tao out of his criminal behavior. Tsaka siya gumawa ng choice. So that is rational choice theory. So classical theory naman, this was introduced by Cesar Beccaria. So this was the theory that introduced the free will. So it is the theory that states that all human beings are rational beings and we have the free will to choose good or bad. And that criminals are governed by hedonism, which kaya sila nakakakomit ng crime kasi yung pagkukomit ng crime is pleasurable sa kanila. Okay, question number 10. His theory was that God did not make all the various species of animals in 2 days, as what the Bible says, but rather that the species had evolved through a process of adaptive mutation and natural selection, which led to his conclusion that man was traced to have originated from the apes. Origin of species. His theory was that God did not make all the various species of animals in 2 days, as that the Bible says, as what the Bible says, but rather that the species had evolved through a process of adaptive mutation and natural selection, which led to his conclusion that man was traced to have originated from apes. A. Jeremy Bentham, B. Francis Galton, C. Charles Darwin, D. Charles Green. So what's your answer? Okay, so I think almost all got the correct answer. And the correct answer is Charles Darwin. Ayun. So Charles Darwin. Okay, Jeremy Bentham. Again, tandaan ninyo, si Jeremy Bentham, isa siya sa pioneer ng classical school of thought. He is the father of utilitarianism. He is also the one who introduced hedonism. Utilitarianism, great happiness, yun yung tandaan nyo sa utilitarianism, ha? Great happiness for the great number of people. Great happiness for the great number of people. So sabi ni, according to Jeremy Bentham, yung behavior daw ng tao is dapat nakabase sa principle of utilitarianism. That if your action is for your happiness only, para sa iyong kaligayahan lamang, it means that your action is wrong. So he also introduced the principle of hedonism, which explains people seek pleasure and avoid pain. Francis Galton naman, So, Francis Galton and Charles Darwin, actually, they were cousins. And isa din sila sa nag-influence sa work ni Cesar Lombroso. So, Francis Galton is the one that introduced eugenics. So, eugenics, in relation to criminology, it states that criminals daw are product of defective genes. So, yung mga criminal daw, they are produkto sila ng defective genes. So, it argues that criminality is biological or hereditary. So, Charles Darwin, siya yung behind the theory of evolution, and he is the person who stated that we human being came from apes. So, kaya yun yung sabi din ni Cesar Lombroso, di ba, na yung mga criminal daw, they were underdeveloped and they manifest similar physical attributes just like our ancestors na tinatawag niya na atavism. Okay. And then we have the last one is Charles Goring. So si Charles Goring naman, he is the opposer of Cesar Lombroso's Born Criminal against parang something like that. I don't know the correct term, pero hindi siya tutol siya kumbaga sa sinasabi ni Cesar Lombroso about sa kanyang Born Criminal. Kasi nga sinusulong ni Cesar Lombroso na lahat ng criminal ay yung mga physical characteristics nila is similar to our ancestors, mga unggoy. Kaya dati, during those times, pag mukha kang unggoy, criminal ka na. So, judger. Okay, so challenge ito ni Charles Goring. So, Charles Goring is known in his statistical study of 3,000 English convicts. Kasi Charles Goring, known siya sa kanyang statistical study of 3,000 English convicts rather, in 3,000 English convicts. And in his study, nung nag-aral na siya, he claimed that there is no significant difference. So wala daw significant difference in the physical characteristics of criminal and non-criminals. So sinasabi niya na hindi totoo yung born criminal theory ni Cesar Lombroso, na yung mga criminal is pag yung tao is manifest physical attributes similar to our ancestors, is criminal na agad. So against siya doon. Kasi nga sa study niya, sabi niya, there is no significant difference. Wala namang difference as to the physical attributes of a normal person or the non-criminal person to the criminal person. Rather, he said that the criminal behavior daw is result of defective intelligence. Okay, number 11. The view that people's behavior is motivated by the pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain. So what's the answer? The view that people's behavior is motivated by the pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain. Okay, so eliminate na natin yung determinism. Eliminate natin yung positivism. Eliminate natin yung free will. The answer is hedonism. Okay. There's a question, ma'am, pare-pareho ba yung utilitarianism, hedonism, at saka philosophic calculus? Okay, utilitarianism, hedonism, and philosophic calculus, they are all introduced by Jeremy Bentham. Okay? Basta ang tandaan nyo lang sa utilitarianism, great happiness for the greater number of people. So, sinasabi niya dito na kapag yung behavior mo, ang effect niya is hindi nakakapagpaligaya ng ibang tao, parang nakakapagpaligaya lang siya sa sarili mo, ibig sabihin, mali yun. It's a wrongful behavior. So, malalaman mo daw na tama yung behavior mo if nakakapagpaligaya siya sa pangkalahatan, utilitarianism. Ang hedonism po, ito yung principle na people always seek pleasure and avoid pain. So yun, or pain and pleasure principle, hedonism. Philosophic calculus naman, ito yung Philosophic calculus, ito yung pinormulate ni Jerry May Bentham. And according to this, people calculate the benefits before they decide to make an action or before they decide to act. So they calculate first. Kinakalculate muna nila kung ano yung magiging benefit ng action na yon at kung ano yung magiging consequence ng action na yun. So, yun yung pagkakaiba nila. Okay. So, let's move on. So, the answer for number 11 is hedonism. Nawala na yung mouse ko. Yun. Okay. Number 12. He said that individuals are like human calculators. Before a person commits a crime, he first analyzes whether the satisfaction he would gain is greater than the possible negative effect he would have to suffer if he gets caught doing the crime. So, ang tinatanong dito sa question ay tao. Okay. So, what is the answer? So, he said that individuals are like human calculators. Sino yung nagsabi? Kakasabi ko lang, I think almost got the correct answer. It's Jeremy Bentham. Letter D. So, siya yung nag-introduce ng philosophic calculus. So, yun. It is a principle that the individual calculates the consequence of his actions by weighing the pleasure or the benefit na makukuha niya and the pain or the consequence na makukuha niya out of his action. So that is Jeremy Bentham. Okay, number 13. In the book on crimes and punishment, what was said to be the most effective means of controlling crime? A, death penalty. B, monetary fine. C, certainty of punishment. D, life imprisonment. Okay. So the answer is letter, halos lahat correct, naka-correct. Certainty of punishment. So by the way, the author of this on crimes and punishment was Cesar Beccaria. So matik in these choices, si Cesar Lombroso yung nag-author nito in these choices, eliminate natin yung death penalty. Kasi si Cesar Beccaria, he is against death penalty. He is against death penalty and harsh punishment. Para sa kanya, hindi solusyon yung harsh na punishment para ma-lessen ang criminality. Rather, the punishment must be swift. Ibig sabihin, dapat mabilis yung administration, severe, dapat pagdusahan ng kriminal yung krimeng nagawa niya, and dapat proportionate yung punishment sa krimen na nagawa niya, and certain, which means that whoever commits a crime will be punished under the law. So, swift, severe, certain. So, that's why the answer is letter C. Okay, number 14. Having spent half of his life in the study of causes of crime and true to his dedication to his lifetime works, upon his death, he willed his brain and body to the Institute of Anatomy at the University of Turin in Italy to be further studied. So to this, he was named as the father of modern and empirical criminology. So what's the answer? So tinatanong lang naman dito, who is the father of criminology? So the answer is letter B. Okay, number 15. According to Lombroso, these are physical characteristics that distinguish born criminals from the general population and are throwback to animals or primitive people. So what's the answer? A, physical deviations. B, atavistic anomalies. C, stigmata. D, ape-like appearance. Okay. So the answer is letter B, atavistic anomalies. Okay, number 16. It is the study that deals with the relationship between the skull and human behavior. A, physiognomy, B, physiology, C, phrenology, D, criminology. Study that deals with the relationship of between the skull and human behavior. So, we already know physiognomy again. Physiognomy, this is the theory that explains the relationship of the facial features and criminality. So, ang nag-develop ng theory na to, it's Giambattista de la Porta. So take note of that. Physiognomy, Giambattista de la Porta. So this is the theory that explains the relationship between the facial features, the size of your ears, the appearance of your nose, the distance between your eyes. Yun, it has connection daw with criminality. So nag-develop niyan is si Giambattista de la Porta. So, physiology. So, this is the study on how human body works. So, matik, eliminate na yan. Physiognomy, eliminate. Kasi it talks about facial features of criminality. Phrenology. So, ito yung theory that explains the relationship of the criminal behavior and the bumps of the skull. So, therefore, the answer for this is letter C. So, phrenology, according to the study, yung bumps daw sa ulo mo is an abnormality, which leads to the abnormality of the behavior of the person. So, ang nag-introduce naman ng phrenology, it's Franz Joseph Gall. So, take note niyo yan. Franz Joseph Gall, phrenology. So, phrenology theory that explains the relationship between the criminal behavior and the skull or the bumps of the skull or the shapes of the head. Then craniology naman, it is the study of the differences in the proportion, the sizes, or the shape of the skull. So craniology, the study of the differences and the sizes, shape of the skull. Number 17. A type of physique characterized by strong, muscular, and coarse bone. A, picnic, B, athletic, C, asthenic, D, aesthetic. So based on this question, no? So we could know that the type of physique that is being referred here is from Ernest Kretschmer. So siya kasi yung nag-introduce. So types of physique ni Ernest Kretschmer, picnic, athletic, and asthenic. So therefore, letter D or delta aesthetic is eliminated in this question. So wala na siya dyan. So ang pagpipilian na lang natin is picnic, athletic, and asthenic. So picnic, in characteristics ng picnic ay round, fat. So yun yung characteristic niya, mataba. Diba? Picnic, kaya nga picnic, mataba, mahilig kumain. O yan, para madali ninyong matandaan, picnic. And then asthenic, ang characteristic niya is thin or narrow or maninipis. So yan, asthenic. So the correct answer here is, yes, tama yan, payat. The correct answer is athletic. So athletic, so from the word itself, athletic, diba? Muscular, strong, muscular. Okay. Kay William Sheldon naman, as sinabi ko kanina, kay William Sheldon, yung type of physique niya, mesomorph, endomorph, tsaka ectomorph. So, mesomorph, equivalent niya ng athletic. Mesomorph, muscular. Endomorph, equivalent niya ng picnic. So, endomorph, they are fat. So, fat, round. Ectomorph naman, they are thin. So, according to William Sheldon, no, mesomorph, because they are muscular, they are aggressive, they are aggressive, they are violent, and so they are most likely to commit crime. So they are, isulat ko na lang. Mesomorph, they are Ayan, mesomorph, chromotonic. So, ibig sabihin yan, they are most likely to commit crime. Yes, very good. Biserotonic, very good, Sarah Marie. Thank you for helping me out. So, ibig sabihin, they are sociable, they are easygoing. And then, ecto naman, they are cerebrotonic. So, they are, yes, they are, introvert. So, para mas madali ninyong matandaan, yung iba na medyo nahihirapan, no? Sa tanda ng mga terms. So, tandaan niyo lang kay William Sheldon, 'di ba? Mesomorph nagsisimula sa word na M, muscular nagsisimula sa word na M. So, 'yon, mesomorph automatic yan ay muscular. Endo, so equivalent picnic, ecto equivalent sthenic. Okay, next question. 18, number 18. Okay, among the different body types William Sheldon presented in his study, he considered this as one to be the most likely to become criminal. So, kakasabi lang kanina. So, chromotonic. So, the answer is D, mesomorph. Yung dysplastic naman is also one of the type of physics ni Ernest Kretschmer, which is a combination of his three other type of physics. So, dysplastic combination. Okay, number 19. It refers to a study showing the relationship between the physical build of a person to his personality structure and the type of offense he is most prone to commit. Study showing the relationship between the physical build of a person and the type of offense he is most prone to commit. So, physiognomy, automatic, eliminated kasi nag-focus yan sa face. Criminology, automatic, eliminated kasi nag-focus yan sa shape ng skull. So, psychology, eliminated kasi nag-focus yan sa psychological process or the process of our mind. So, the answer is somatotype. Okay, number 20. Known as the mother of criminals. Okay, lahat na alam na ito kung sino siya. That is Ada Duke. So that is the study of Richard Dugdale. So we have nature theory. So yung nature theory, it is the theory that explains the relationship of criminality and intelligence. So sabi ng theory na ito, yung low IQ daw ay namamana. So pinatunayan niya ni Henry Goddard at saka ni Richard Dugdale. Si Henry Goddard, he studied the Kalikak family, while si Richard Dugdale, he studied the Jukes family. So si Henry Goddard, so pinag-aralan niya yung Kalikak family. So we're in Martin Kalikak. It is pseudonym. Number na ulit tayo. Number 20. Okay, so balik tayo, pasensya na. Tama ba to? Ay, number 20. Dito ba tayo? Saan ba? Hindi ko na maalala kung saan tayo. Sorry. 20 pala, tama. Okay. Pasensya na. Okay, pasensya na. Yun. So, mabalik tayo, no, kay Martin Kalikak. So si Martin Kalikak, meron siyang legal wife and nangabit siya. So yung kinabit niya isang feeble-minded girl. So ang nangyari, according to the study of Henry Goddard sa family tree ni Martin Kalikak, so doon sa legal wife ni Martin Kalikak, yung mga descendants is matitino lahat. But then, doon sa kinabit niya na feeble-minded ay yung mga descendants sila or yung mga anak nila is namana yung yung pagiging feeble-minded ng mama nila, and yung other din is naging criminal. So, yun yung kaya nga tinawag siya ng kalikak. So, kali means beauty, and kakos, which means ugly. So, dalawang pamilya ni Martin Kalikak, so sa legal wife niya, matitino lahat, dun yun sa kabit niya, hindi. So, kay Richard Dugdale naman, Duke's family, so, beginning from the Duke, so the mother of criminals, down to her descendants. So lahat sila, yung mga descendants si Ada Duke, mga criminal, yung iba mga prostitute, yung iba mga pauper, yung iba may mga venereal disease. So yun, kaya siya tinagurian na mother of criminal. Hindi ko ata yun. Okay, so yan, number 21, his study focused on the Kalikak family tree. And he concluded that feeble-mindedness is inherited and related to deviant behavior and poverty. So the answer is letter C. Very good. It's Henry Goddard. So si Ernest Hutton naman, ang study niya is the relationship daw of the physical or racial factors to criminality. So racial factors, relationship of racial factors and criminality. So Ernest Hutton. Okay, number 22. So this theory argues that intelligence is largely determined genetically, that ancestry determines IQ, and low intelligence has demonstrated low IQ is linked to behavior including criminal behavior. So what's your answer? A, nature theory, B, strain theory, C, psychological theory, D, labeling theory. Intelligence is largely determined genetically. So meaning namamana. So yung low intelligence daw ay namamana and it has strong link in criminal behavior. So that the answer is nature theory. Okay. So we have here strain theory, psychological theory, and labeling theory. So ano ba yung strain theory? So strain theory by Robert King Merton, it states that crime is a function of the conflict of goals and means. So yun yung tandaan nyo sa strain theory. Conflict of goals and means. Conflict of goals and means. So ini-stress dito sa theory na ito na kung ang isang tao hindi niya ma-achieve yung goal niya using legitimate means, makaka-feel siya ng frustration, makaka-feel siya ng anger, resentment na tinatawag ni Merton na strain. So kaya tinawag na strain theory. Yung frustration na makukuha mo, yung anger na makukuha mo, yung resentment na ma-feel mo dahil hindi mo na-achieve yung goal mo using legitimate means, that is what you call strain. And from that, it would result to commit the crime. So, magre-resulta siya ng pagkukumit ng crime kasi nga gusto niya makuha yung goals niya. So, hindi niya nakuha yung goals niya using legitimate means, magkukumit siya ng crime ngayon para makuha yung goals niya. So, that is strain theory. So, under the strain theory, we have 5 modes of adaptation. So, 5 modes of adaptation, we have conformity, innovation, ritualism, retreatism, and rebellion. So, sa conformity, positive yung goal mo, positive yung means mo. So, for example, gusto mo makapasa ng board exam, positive yung goal, mag-aaral ka ng mabuti. Positive yung means. So that is conformity. Now, if like for example lang sa exam, gusto mong makapasa pero hindi ka nakapag-aral. Yung goal is gusto makapagpasa, hindi ka nakapag-aral. So anong mangyayari ngayon para makuha mo yung goal mo? Mag-i-innovate ka. So there goes the innovation. Dito papasok yung innovation sa second modes of adaptation. Positive yung goals mo, negative yung magiging means mo. Dahil hindi ka nakapag-aral at gusto mong pumasa sa exam, ang gagawin mo ay mag-cheat. So mag-cheat ka ngayon, mandadaya ka ngayon. So that is innovation. Positive yung goal mo, pero negative yung means. So yun, innovation. Ritualism, so ito, negative yung goal mo, positive yung means mo. So dahil natanggap mo na hindi ka talaga papasa or hindi ka naman papasa, so hindi ka na lang makikinig sa teacher mo, matutulog ka na lang. So ni-reject dito sa ritualism, ni-reject mo yung positive goal. So hindi ka na, tinanggap mo na, hindi ka na makakapasa. Ni-reject mo yung positive goal. Pero yung means mo is positive kasi hindi ka naman nakagulo sa iba. Sa ibang, for example, sa ibang kaklase mo kasi natulog ka lang naman. So yan siya, ritualism. Retreatism, ito yung surrender ka na talaga, like you give up. So negative yung goal, negative yung means. So, nag-give up ka na sa goal mo, ni-reject mo na yung goal mo, sige, ayoko nang mag-aral, hindi na ako papasok. So, nagliwaliw ka na lang, nag-billiards, nag-inom. So, that is retreatism. And then, rebellion, it could be positive, negative yung goal, or positive, negative yung means. So, just like, di ba sa mga, ito sila sa rebellion naman, it has something to do with, different beliefs, different values, different opinions, and they wanted to have radical change. So, kumbaga sa kanila, positive naman yung goal nila na gusto nilang baguhin yung, for example, di ba yung mga rebelde, gusto nilang baguhin yung takbo ng gobyerno. Positive yung goal nila para sa kanila, pero yung mga nagiging means nila to achieve their goal is negative. So, para sa kanila, positive yung goal nila and yung means nila is positive din para sa kanila. Pero, for other people, negative yung goal nila kasi hindi naman sila sang-ayon sa beliefs ng mga nila, sa mga ideological beliefs nila or principles nila, hindi naman sang-ayon. So, negative yung goals nila para sa ibang tao. And negative din yung means kasi usually nanggagamit sila ng dahas. So, yun siya. Positive, negative, positive, negative. So, sa rebellion. Sa psychological theory naman, so ito yung theory that explains that criminality is the product of mental and emotional disturbance. Then we have the last one, that labeling theory. So, labeling theory, so it explains that individual is being labeled. So, may label. Sana all may label. So, an individual is being labeled. And then, such individual accepts that negative label. So, tinanggap niya yung negative label na yun. And then, inact out niya. So, dahil nilabel siya. For example, magnanakaw siya. So, tinanggap niya yung label na yun. Okay, magnanakaw ako. So, inact out niya or parang dinramatize niya kumbaga. So, ngayon, nagnakaw nga siya. So, yun yung sinasabi ng labeling theory. Dahil nilabel mo ang isang tao as such, inact out na yun, kaya naging criminal siya. So, parang katulad lang din sa eskwelahan na pag sinabihan mo yung estudyanteng bobo ka. So, sinabihan mo, bobo ka. So, yung estudyante, ipapasok niya sa utak niya na, okay, bobo ako. Hindi na lang ako mag-aaral kasi nga, bobo ako. So, yun yung sinasabi sa labeling theory. Okay, number 23. He founded sociology and applied scientific methods in the study of society, which to him passes through stages divided on the basis of how people try to understand it, leading them to adopt a rational scientific understanding of the world. A. Auguste Comte. B. Positivist. C. Adolf Hitler. D. Sociologist. So, ang hinahanap natin dito ay tao. So, founder ng sociology and applied scientific methods in the study of sociology. So, positivism. So, this is referring to Auguste Comte. So, eliminate na natin automatic yung positivist and sociologist kasi ang hinahanap natin ay persona. So, si Adolf Hitler naman, si Adolf Hitler po, siya ay known sa kanyang theory of thermic law of delinquency. So, again, Adolf Hitler, thermic law of delinquency. So, this is a statistical study, and in his study, statistics shows that crimes daw against property is high during winter and crimes against person is high during summer. So, ang reason kung bakit mataas yung criminality rate or crimes against property during winter kasi during winter nagbabakasyon yung mga tao. Pumupunta sila sa lugar na mainit or hindi malamig, kumbaga. So, meaning wala bang bantay sa bahay kaya madaling looban. So, crimes against a person is high during summer. Rationally behind this is mainit nga kasi nagiging agresibo yung mga tao. So, kaya mataas yung criminality rate of crimes against person during summer. So that is thermic law of delinquency. Thermic law of delinquency of Adolf Hitler. Okay, 24. According to the psychoanalytic theory of personality, this component of an individual's personality operates under the reality principle. What's the answer? Reality principle. Superego, conscience, ego, id. So, I believe lahat alam ito. Tama ang mga sagot. The answer is letter C. So, psychoanalytic theory, this was introduced by Sigmund Freud. So, nag-introduce ng psychoanalytic theory si Sigmund Freud. So, under this one, it introduces the 3 components of personality. So, meron daw tayong 3 components of personality. We have the id, ego, and superego. So, yung id, yun yung pleasure principle. Yun yung id, pleasure principle. So, ito yung present. Pagkapanganak pa lang sa atin, present na yung id, pleasure principle. Ito yung mga needs natin, ito yung mga desires natin, ito yung mga urges natin, ito yung mga wants natin. Yun yung id, pleasure principle. Ego naman, ito yung the answer of question number 24, reality principle, ego. So, yan yung ego. Yan yung taga-balance ng id tsaka ng superego. While ang superego naman natin, yan yung konsensya natin. Superego. So, in criminal psychology, criminal psychology or psychological criminology, so ito yung study of the mental process and the behavior of a criminal. So, bakit nakaka-commit ng crime? Kasi na-outweigh ni id yung superego niya. So meaning to say, mas malakas yung desire ng criminal kesa sa kanyang konsensya. So for example, pinaka parang pang grade 1 na example para mas madali nating maintindihan, si id gusto ng iba id, yun yung pleasure principle natin. So id, for example, ikaw gusto mo ng ice cream. So, pagka gusto mo sa ice cream, yun yung id mo. Ngayon, sabi ni ego, the reality principle, sabi niya, wala tayong pera. Sabi niya. Pero sabi ni id, gusto niya ng ice cream. Sabi ni Igo, wala siyang pera. So, si Id po, matigas po yung ulo niya. Kasi si Id, gusto niya na pagka, ano yung gusto niya, nakukuha niya agad. So, ganun yung karakteristik ni Id. So, sabi ni Igo, walang pera. So, naisipan ni Igo na para magkapera, dapat magtrabaho muna. Si Igo po yung magtuturo ng delaying of gratification. So, tsaka na lang bibili ng ice cream kapag nagkatrabaho na at nagka-pera na. Kaso, matigas talaga yung ulo ni Id. Ngayon, nakakita siya ng wallet na may pera. So, gustong kunin ngayon ni Id yung wallet kasi para makabili siya ng ice cream. So, dun papasok si super ego, yung konsensya. So, sasabihin niya ngayon na, Id, wag mong gawin yan kasi masama yung pagnanakaw. So, pwede namang bumili ng ice cream ng hindi magnanakaw. So, yun yung sinasabi ni super ego. So, ipapaintindi ni super ego at saka ni ego kay id yung sitwasyon. If ma-convince nila si id, walang krimen na mangyayari. Pero kung weak ang super ego mo, meaning weak yung konsensya mo at yung support ni ego, mangyayari yung krimen. So, nanakawin kung mas strong yung desire. So, mas strong, mas ma-outweigh ni id, si super ego, yun, mangyayari yung krimen. Okay, number 25. He introduced the theory of imitation, which states that individuals copy behavior patterns of other individuals and that those with weaker personalities tend to get influenced easier by those with stronger personalities. So the answer is, okay, A. Emile Durkheim, B. Gabriel Tard, C. Adolf Hitler, D. Enrico Ferri. So okay, lahat nakatama ng sagot. That is Gabriel Tard. So si Gabriel Tard, siya yung nag-introduce ng theory of imitation. Si Emile Durkheim, siya yung nag-introduce ng anomy theory. So, anomy theory, it means normlessness. So, A means without, nomi means norm. Si Emile Durkheim din, yung sociologist na nagsabi that crime is a normal phenomenon in the society. So, normal lang daw yun na phenomenon in the society. Kasi nga, crime is the creation, it is the creation of the people in the society. And that it exists in the society. And if gusto natin i-eradicate yung crime, so i-eradicate natin yung mga tao. Kung gusto nating mawala yung krimen, so walain natin lahat ng mga tao. Kasi yung mga tao yung gumagawa ng krimen. So, yun. Normal phenomenon siya and also kailangan siya sa society. Okay. So, yun. Anomy theory. So, normlessness. Then, Enrico Ferri, siya yung isa sa mga disciple ni Cesar Lombroso together with Rafael Garofalo. So, yung focus ng study niya is more on the psychological and sociological factors. So, sabi niya, yung mga kriminal daw, hindi nila pinipiling maging kriminal. Wala daw silang choice, kaya nagagawa nila yung krimen. So, for example, economical factor, poverty. Kaya nakakagawa ng krimen kasi walang pambili or walang perang pambili ng pagkain. So, wala daw choice. So, yun yung sinasabi ni Enrico Ferri. Okay, so we have here the 3 laws of imitation. The theory of imitation by Gabriel Tard. So, ito yung 3 laws of imitation. Number 1 is the law of close contact. So, sinasabi dito na pag close yung dalawang tao or sobrang close ng dalawang tao, more likely, mai-imitate nyo yung behavior ng bawat isa. So, depende kung gaano kalakas yung impact ng tao sa'yo and gaano din kadalas mo siyang nakakasama. For example, sa mga may jowa dyan, I don't know if you can relate. May mga jowa dyan. So, hindi nyo namamalayan na nagagaya nyo na yung behavior ng jowa nyo, nagagaya nyo na yung kilos niya, yung the way siya magsalita, yung mga words na ginagamit niya sa expression, ginagamit nyo na din. So, yan. Yung the law of close contact. The next is the law of imitation of superiors and inferiors. So, pinaka-best example dito is yung mga bata. Diba? Yung mga bata always ginagaya nila yung mga galaw, kilos, pananalita ng mga matatanda. So, yun. Law of imitation of superiors by inferiors. And then, law of insertion. Dito sa law of insertion, sinasabi na if there are two methods, the first one is traditional and the other one is the latest or the trending. Usually daw, the latest one is what we choose and it will replace the old one. Example, stealing and working. So, di ba, yung pagnanakaw at yung pagtatrabaho, both yung purpose is pagkakaroon ng pera. And the newest trend is stealing kasi mas madali yung pagnanakaw and mas madaming pera kang makukuha. So, kaya ang mangyayari, mag-i-increase yung pag-commit ng pagnanakaw kesa magtrabaho. So, parang ano lang, parang fashion, di ba? Kumbaga, kung dati uso yung mga skinny jeans, low waist, ngayon nauso na yung mga tinatawag nila na mom jeans, dad jeans. So, napapalitan yung traditional sa kung ano yung trending. Okay, number 26. This refers to the standard of behavior or conduct accepted in a given society, which is expected of an individual living in that society. What's the answer? Culture, principle, norms, laws. Standard behavior. Okay, very good. The answer is norms. Ayun. Okay, number 27. Who stated that crime is normal in a society? A. Gabriel Card, B. Cesar Lombroso, C. Emil Durkheim, D. Enrico Ferri. Sino nagsabi na yung crime daw is normal lang sa isang society? It's Emil Durkheim. Number 28. He is the one who introduced the following definition of criminology, the universal definition of criminology. The body of knowledge regarding crime as a social phenomenon. It includes within its scopes the process of making of laws, breaking of laws, and the reaction towards breaking of laws. Actually, this is a collaboration of Edwin Sutherland and Donald Cressy. But since dito sa options natin is si Edwin Sutherland lang ang meron, so ang isasagot natin is si Edwin Sutherland. Okay, number 29. The doctrines that were formulated by the classical school are A. Hedonism and determinism. B. Free will and determinism. C. Free will and hedonism. D. All of this. So, the answer is letter. May nakikita akong nagsasagot ng D. Hindi ako sure kung sinasagot ba nila ito sa number 29 or sa other numbers. So, the correct answer is free will and hedonism. Determinism is doctrine from positivist, formulated from positivist school of thought. So, hindi eliminate na to automatic yung A at B kasi may determinism. So the answer is free will and hedonism. Okay. Question number 30. It contends that exploitation of the working class would eventually lead to class conflict at the end of the capitalist system. A. Chicago School. B. Conflict theory. C. Positive theory. D. Class school. Exploitation of working class. That would eventually lead to class conflict May keyword na conflict. So the answer is letter B, conflict theory. So conflict theory by Karl Marx. Okay, Chicago School of Thought. Chicago School of Thought. This was founded by Robert Ezra Park, Ernest Burgess, and others. So itong School of Thought na to, it believes that criminality and social ecological conditions are connected. So example ng mga social ecological conditions, poverty, social disorganization, school and family breakdown. So sinasabi dito na meron siyang influence or nakaka-influensya siya sa criminality. So yun yung sinasabi ng Chicago School of Thought. Sa conflict theory naman, ito yung in-introduce ni Karl Marx. So in conflict theory, the society is divided in two strata. We have the upper class society and we have the lower class society. Yung upper class society is known as the bourgeoisie and the working class is the proletariat. So itong conflict theory, it states that ang criminality daw is a product of exploitation of the upper class society to the lower class society. So ini-exploit ng upper class society ang lower class society. So thus, it creates social conflict because of the unequal distribution of the resources, wealth, and power. So dito, kung sino yung mga nasa taas, lalong tumataas at kung sino yung mga nasa mababa, lalong bumababa. Number 31. Group of urban sociologists to study the relationship between environmental conditions and crime. So eliminate na natin yung classical school of thought. Eliminate na natin yung neoclassical. So specific siya. Relationship between environmental conditions and crime. The answer is letter C. Chicago School of Thought. Number 32. The law is the tool of ruling class. The law is used to control the lower class and the crime is politically defined. So A, consensus view of crime. B, conflict view of crime. C, interactionist view of crime. D, all of this. So we're looking for view of crime. The answer is, what's your answer? Letter, okay. The answer is conflict view of crime. So there are three views in criminology. We have consensus view of crime. So dito sa consensus view of crime, ang sinasabi, ang batas yung nagde-define ng krimen. And there is a general agreement or tinatawag na consensus view of crime, general agreement among the people in the society na kung ano, meron silang agreement kung ano yung mga behavior na tatawagin nilang krimen at ano yung mga behavior na hindi. And under the consensus view of crime, the law is applied equally to all. So consensus view of crime, ang nagde-define ng crime is yung batas. And it is applicable to all person. Conflict view of crime, dito naman, ang nagde-define ng crime is the person or persons or group of persons who are belonging to the upper class society. So ang nagde-define ng crime, yung mga taong nasa upper class society. So sila yung nagko-control ng batas, kumbaga. So those who are in power, those who are in position, those who have wealth. So they use this power to protect their power, or to protect their position, to protect their possession, to protect their wealth. So, yon yung ang law or ang batas, kumbaga, is ginagamit nila para kontrolin yung lower class. So, yun yung sinasabi ng conflict view of crime. So, sa interactionist view of crime, crimes are outlawed behaviors because the society defines them that way. So they have this what they call moral entrepreneur. So itong mga moral entrepreneur, sila yung define kung ano yung mga crimes, kung ano yung mga acts that should be labeled as crime. And itong mga moral entrepreneurs, sila yung nag-iimpluwensya sa society. Sila nag-influence sa society to maintain norms and ano yung mga behaviors na nililabel nila as crime. The interactionist view of crime. Number 33, who devised the criminal formula? C is equals to T plus S over R. So C here stands for crime or criminal act. The T here stands for tendency, or the desire or the intent of the person. S here stands for the situation or the opportunity. So R stands for the resistance to temptation or the control of the person to himself. So yun, sino ang nag-formulate niyan? Si, tama yung mga sagot, si David Abrahamson. So according to this formula, so yung criminal behavior daw natin, according to this formula, C is equals to T plus S over R. Kaya nag-i-exist yung criminality is, or yung criminal behavior daw ay nagdidepende kung sino yung mas mabigat or kung sino yung mas stronger. Yung tendency ba or yung intent mo or yung desire mo or yung resistance mo to temptation. So kung mas mabigat yung desire mo plus present pa yung opportunity to commit the crime kesa and yung resistance mo is weaker, so more likely you will commit the criminal act. So yun yung explanation ng criminal formula. Number 34. This theory reflects the way people react to a given situation based on the social influences they acquired from other people that practically determine their behaviors. This theory likewise serves as learning process of delinquent behaviors, considered as one of the most important theory in crime causation. So what's your answer? The answer is letter C. The differential association theory. So, differential association theory, again, criminal behavior is learned through human interaction. So, merong apat. There are 4 modalities in differential association theory. Take note. Frequency, intensity, priority, duration. Again, 4 modalities of differential association theory. We have frequency, intensity, priority, and duration. So ito yung nakaka-apekto sa pag-learn mo ng criminal behavior ng isang tao. Pag sinabi nating frequency, kung gaano kadalas kayong nagkikita, nagsasama, nagkakausap ng criminal or yung taong may criminal behavior. Yung kung madalas kayong nag-usap or kung palagi talaga kayong nagkikita, araw-araw kayong nagkikita, araw-araw kayong nagsasama, yun. Posible na ma-learn mo yung kanyang criminal behavior. Intensity, kung gaano kayo ka-close ng taong nakakahalubilo mo. And then priority, kung ano yung relasyon mo sa kanya. For example, yung tito mo, close na close ka sa tito mo. So, yung tito mo is magnanakaw. So, ganyan. Close na close kayo ng tito mo. So, yung relationship nyo, uncle, kapatid siya ng tatay mo. So, yan. More likely, malalearn mo yung criminal behavior niya. And duration naman, duration yun, kung gaano katagal kayo or yung length of time that you spend with each other. So, yun, duration yun. Okay, number 35. Culture conflict theory was thorough studied by Blanc, wherein he concluded that the main difference between a criminal and non-criminal is that each is responding to different sets of conduct of norms. So the answer is A. Emil Durkheim, B. Thorsten Selin, B. Andre Michael Gurry, D. Abraham Maslow. So the answer is letter B. Thorsten Selin. So culture conflict theory is also known as culture deviance theory. So yung culture conflict theory or culture deviance theory, sinasabi niya na yung crime daw is a result of the clash. So clash ng values, clash ng beliefs between social groups. So magkaiba yung ideas nila of acceptable behavior. Kaya nagkakaroon ng birth of crime. Si Andre Michael Gurry, so kasamahan siya ni Adolf Hitler, so statistician din siya. So they use statistical techniques in studying criminal behavior. Si Abraham Maslow, known siya sa kanyang hierarchy of needs. Diba? Famous siya doon sa hierarchy of needs niya. Basic needs, safety needs, belongingness, esteem, or self-actualization. 36. He explained that individuals learn criminal behavior by means of communication with persons who dwell in criminality. A. Cesar Lombroso, B. Charles Goring, C. Edwin Sutherland, D. Emil Durkheim. Yes, very good. The answer is Edwin Sutherland. So yan, that is differential association theory. Criminal behavior is learned through interaction, through communication with other person who has criminal behavior. The theory that states that attachment, connection, and link to society will determine whether a person shall commit a crime or not. A. Social process. B. Social bond. C. Social disorganization. D. Social learning. What's your answer? Attachment, connection, link to society will determine whether a person shall commit a crime or not. Okay. Social process theories. So, these are the theories that states that yung root cause daw or yung pinakadahilan ng delinquency is yung learning of criminal behavior from peers, from from our friends, or from the people from the school. So that is social process theory. So yung reason kung bakit nagiging criminal yung tao is dahil nakikipaghalubilo siya sa isang criminal. So nalalearn niya yung criminal behavior. So social bond theory, or ang other term nito is control theory. Meron siyang 4 elements. Mnemonic is ASIB. ASIB stands for attachment, commitment, involvement, belief. So, yon yung tinatawag natin na 4 social bonds. Kaya tinatawag siya na social bond theory. So, in this theory, sinasabi niya na if yung tao ay merong strong attachment sa kanyang pamilya, merong commitment sa kanyang relationship with his family, with his friend, with his loved ones, palaging involved sa mga social activities, sa school, sa church, and merong strong belief to the values of the family, to the values of the society, more likely that individual will not commit crime. So meaning to say, kapag merong breakage dito sa 4 social bonds na attachment, commitment, involvement, and belief, crime will exist. So yun yung sinasabi dito sa social bond theory. Social disorganization theory, it states that yung mga areas daw with high unemployment, high rate of broken family, out of school youths has high rate of criminality or crime. So itong mga factors na to or elements, it affects the criminality rate. Social learning theory naman, social learning theory ni Albert Bandura. So ito si Albert Bandura, sikat siya sa kanyang experiment na bubudal. So I don't know if you're familiar with it, yung bubudal, yung inflated balloon doll na parang may weight sa ilalim kung saan parang suntukin mo man yun or anong gawin mo doon, parang nag-stand up pa rin siya, bumabalik pa din siya sa pagkatayo. So, according to Albert Bandura, sabi niya na ang mga tao daw ay hindi ipinanganak na violente and hindi sila ipinanganak na agresibo, pero natututunan nila ito through life experiences. So sinasabi niya, yung mga children, they could learn aggressiveness through observation. So yun yung ginawa niya experiment sa bubudal. So ang ginawa niya, merong bubudal tapos merong adult. And yung adult, hinahampas yung bubudal or sinusuntok yung bubudal, and merong mga batang nanonood or nag-observe. And then after a while, iniwan yung bubudal at iniwan yung bata. And inobserve kung ano ba yung gagawin ng bata. And then nakita nila na yung bata pinaghahampas din yung bubudal. So yun, social learning theory. So they learned aggressiveness through observation. So pina-observe lang yung bata tapos tinignan kung ano yung magiging reaction niya. So yun, social learning theory. So dito, the theory that states that attachment, connection, and link to the society will determine whether a person shall commit a crime or not. The answer is social bond. So again, yung social bonds, asib, attachment, commitment, involvement, belief. So kung present yun lahat, walang mangyayaring krimen. Pero kung magkakaroon ng breakage doon sa social bond na yun, magkakaroon ng krimen. Number 38. It is the belief that all events are caused by the things that will happen before them and that people have no real ability to make choice or control on what happens. A, positivism, B, determinism, C, classical, D, free will. Believe that all events are caused by things that happened before them and that people have no real ability. So wala daw silang choice or wala silang control sa mangyayari. So obviously, we eliminate classical, we eliminate free will kasi yung free will, kasi nga yung question nga sinabi dyan, no ability to make choice. Eliminate na natin yung free will. Eliminate natin yung positivism, because positivism means using scientific method in studying crime. So therefore, the answer is letter B, determinism. Number 39. He studied the mental characteristics of 3,000 English convicts. A, William Sheldon, B, Charles Goring, C, Ernst Kretschmer, D, Gabriel Tard. So yes, the answer is Charles Goring. Number 40, he argued that people are not actually born with the ability to act violently, but they learn to be aggressive to their experience. What's the answer? So the answer is Albert Bandura. So basta tandaan nyo lang yung social learning theory ni Albert Bandura. Ang ginamit niya kasi doon na term is hindi criminal behavior or hindi crime but aggressiveness. So yun yung ginamit niya na term. So aggressiveness is learned through experience, through observation. So, meron pa pala tayong si Travis Hershey. By the way, siya yung person behind social bond or social control theory. Travis Hershey yan. And then si Walter Reckless. Walter Reckless is the person behind containment theory. So, itong containment theory is also another form of control theory. So, itong containment theory, it states that a person will not commit a crime if strong yung inner and outer containment niya. Ano ba yung inner containment? Yun yung conscience. Yung outer containment mo, yun yung social factors like family, friends, or peers that will contain you from doing bad things. So sinasabi ni Walter Reckless na kung strong yung inner and outer containment mo, hindi magkakakommit ng crime. Number 41, a police officer's frustration in realization of his ambition and goals in life as both officer of the law and as a private citizen can push him to a life of crime as pointed out in this particular theory. So what's the answer? Yes. The correct answer is letter D, strain theory. Basta tandaan nyo lang, keywords sa disorganization theory, yung elements nila, high unemployment rate, broken family, school dropout, sa culture conflict, clash of cultures, differential association theory, learning the criminal behavior through interaction. 42. It refers to the condition brought by normlessness. So, very good. The answer is anomie. Logomacy is a theory that states that there would be no crime if there is no law, and that we can eliminate crime if we abolish criminal law. So, that is logomacy. So, theory of logomacy. Sinasabi niya na walang krimen kung walang batas. At kung gusto nating i-eliminate yung krimen, i-abolish natin yung mga batas. So, this is somehow related to the Latin maxim, nolum crimen, nolla poena sine lege. There will be no crime if there is no law punishing it. Number 43. This is a phenomenon that refers to the handling down of delinquent behaviors as socially learned and transferred from one generation to the next, taking place mostly among disorganized urban areas. A. Cultural transmission. B. Crime. C. Social phenomenon. D. Delinquent behavior. So, ano ba yung mga keywords natin dito? Handling down delinquent behaviors from one generation to next. So that is cultural transmission. Number 44. This part of personality is present at birth. So, pagpanganak pa lang sa atin is present na ito. It presents our biological drives for sex, food, life-sustaining necessities, and it follows the pleasure principle, which requires instant gratification. So, gusto niya agad-agad nakukuha yung gusto. And has no concern for the rights of others. That is our letter A, id. Number 45. This theory suggests that people commit crime by learning through interactions with others and communications with them. What's the answer? Number 45. Meron pa din somehow na mali. So, learning, criminal behavior is learned through interaction, that is that. Differential association theory. Imitation theory again. Sa imitation theory, you have an idol who has criminal behavior and you imitate. So, that is by Gabriel Tard. Social learning theory, you learn aggressiveness through observation or through life experience. Social reaction theory, so you are being labeled as criminal, you accept the label, you act out. Number 46. An act or omission in violation of public law forbidding or commanding it. What's the answer? Okay, very good. The answer is crime. So, tandaan lang, crime, this is the generic term. So, felony, tandaan lang natin pag violation against revised penal code, that is felony. Pag violation against special penal law, special laws, that is offense. Pag violation against ordinances, rather, barangay ordinance, city ordinance, that is misdemeanor. Another term for misdemeanor is infraction of law. So, yun lang tandaan natin. Felony, RPC, punishable by RPC. Offense, punishable by special law. Misdemeanor, punishable by ordinances. City ordinance, barangay ordinance. Acts, number 47. Acts that are outlawed because they violate basic moral values such as rape, murder, assault, and robbery. Okay, very good. The answer is letter A, mala inse. So, basta mala inse, palagi, mala inse, wrongful in nature, inherently wrongful in nature, morally wrong. Mala inse. Pag sinabi nating mala prohibita, they are only wrong because they are prohibited by the law. So, kaya yung question dito is kung meron bang na-violate na law. While sa mala inse, yung tinitignan is yung intent. If present ba yung intent. Kasi yung mala inse, it is intentional, it is felonious. So, it is also known as felony. Mala prohibita is also known as offense. But not all offense are mala prohibita. So, example niyan is terrorism. Example ng mala prohibita na kaya lang naman naging mali, the act is not wrong, but they are considered as crime because the law said that it is a crime. So, example niyan, illegal possession of firearms, diba? Walang mali kung meron kang baril, pero mali kung wala kang lisensya sa paghawak ng baril. Tama din yung pagsabi na jaywalking, di ba? So, sabi bawal tumawid sa hindi pedestrian lane, tumawid ka. So, that is mala prohibita because it is prohibited by the law. It is prohibited by the law. So, enterprise crime naman, ito enterprise crime, these are crimes, ito yung mga illegal tactics para mag-increase yung profit sa market. Example, yung mga example na nagbebenta sila ng mga murang shampoo na akala mo naka-discount ka na. Yun pala, yung half ng bottle ng shampoo is tubig yung laman. So, yun, nagagamit sila ng mga illegal tactics. Expressive crime naman, from the word itself, express. So, kung galit siya, papatayin niya kasi galit siya. So, ganun, expressive crime. Or kung gusto niya yung babae, re-repin niya. So, that is expressive crime. Number 48. Crimes are committed either by dulo or deceit or by A, culpa, B, fault, C, intent, D, both A and B. Okay, very good. The answer is letter D, both A and B. So, crimes are committed by either dulo or deceit. Yun po yung tinatawag natin na intentional felony. While yung crimes committed by culpa or fault, yun po yung tinatawag natin na culpable felony. Intentional felony, you commit the crime with deliberate intent. Kaya nga sinabi, intentional felony. So, merong freedom, merong knowledge, merong intent. Intentional. While culpable felonies, yung act ng offender is hindi siya intentional, hindi siya malicious, but it is brought by negligence, imprudence, lack of foresight, and lack of skill. So, culpable felonies. Number 49, what are the elements of dulo or... Number 49, the following are the elements of dulo or deceit except. So, lahat ng ito daw ay elements or requisites of intentional felony except letter D, negligence. Correct. Tama yung mga sagot nyo. Number 50, the following are the basic elements of crime except A, intent, B, motive, C, knowledge, D, freedom. What's the answer? Ano ba yung mga basic elements of crime? So, process of elimination tayo. So, basic elements of crime, una, dapat merong intent. So, meaning, i-crush out natin si A kasi basic element yan. Ang hinahanap man natin is exception. Saan dito? Rather, saan dito sa choices na ito ang hindi element of crime? So, dapat merong knowledge. Meaning, alam mo yung ginagawa mo. Alam mo na mali yung ginagawa mo. Alam mong krimen yung ginagawa mo. And dapat merong freedom. Meaning, your own will. Ikaw mismo yung may gusto na mangyari yung krimen. So, eliminate natin yung letter D. So, meaning to say, the answer is, kasi ang tanong dito, alin dito ang hindi element ng crime? So, the answer is letter B, motive. So, the moving power to compel a person to act. Okay, number 51. Miss Maita Tama is a skilled woman in making deception through verbal communication. She had committed estafa to several persons through illegal recruitment. What crime, according to result, did she committed? A, acquisitive crime, B, extinctive crime, C, instant crime, D, situational crime. So yung tinatanong dito is ano daw krimen according to the result ang nakomit niya. So the answer is yes, correct kayong lahat, acquisitive crime because may tatama gained, 'di ba? From the crime of estafa. So yun, we have here criminological classification of crimes. So we have here category A, acquisitive, extinctive. So this is according to the result of the crime committed. So when we say acquisitive, so wala. Ayun. Acquisitive, so yun na, acquisitive. Ang result ng crime is you acquire something. So ito yung magiging keyword mo, you acquire something. Pag sinabi natin extinctive, yung result ng krimen is destructive. So hindi ko na po siya maguhitan kasi sa gilid merong chat box. So yun. Yun yan, acquisitive, extinctive. Again, acquisitive, you acquire something. Extinctive, the result is destruction. Example niyan is destruction of life. murder, homicide, destruction of property, arson. So yun yung mga example ng extinctive crimes. Category B, seasonal crimes, situational crimes. So pag sinabi nating seasonal crimes, i-ano ko muna to, i-exit ko muna to kasi hindi ko nababasa yung mga bagay-bagay. Okay. Seasonal crimes, those committed only during a certain period of the year. So, example nito is, for example, yung, di ba during Yuletide season, nagkakaroon ng gun ban. So, violation of gun ban, so that is seasonal crime. Or another example is during, election. So, dyan lang naman nangyayari yung vote buying, di ba? Vote selling. So, that means it is seasonal crime. Pag sinabi naman nating situational crime, it is only committed when the given situation is conducive. Ibig sabihin, merong opportunity. So, for example, pumunta ka sa market, tapos may nakita kang babae na naglalakad, may hawak na bag na, open yung bag, yung wallet is nakausli. So, yan, opportunity yan to commit the crime. So, that is situational. Instant naman, instant crime, so committed at the shortest possible time. Instant crime. Instant. So, parang katulad lang ng instant coffee, di ba? Pag buhos mo ng kape sa mainit na tubig, matik na. Instant cup noodles. So, yan. Instant. Shortest possible time. Episodic. So, series of acts undertaken in a lengthy space of time. So, that is episodic. Static naman, static, committed in one place. And then continuing, committed in several places. So, example ng continuing crimes, yung robbery inside a bus, yung bus is moving, kumbaga. So, bale, nangyayari yung krimen in several places kasi moving yung bus. So, that is example of continuing crime. Ayun. Ano ba ito? Okay? So, okay. Category E as to the mental faculty of the criminal, rational crimes, irrational crimes. Pag sinabi nating rational crimes, the person is sane. Sane. Anong ibig sabihin ng sane? Nasa matinong pag-iisip. So, he committed a crime with intention. So, rational crimes. Pag sinabi nating irrational crimes, the person is insane. Not in his sound mind. Irrational crime. So, ito yung mga crimes na nakukumit ng taong hindi alam yung ginagawa nila, hindi alam na yung krimen yung act na ginagawa nila is krimen na pala. So, those are irrational crimes committed by irrational human being. White-collar crimes, these are crimes committed by persons of respectability and belonging to upper-class society in the course of their occupational activities. So, example dito, yung mga persons in government positions na nangungurap. So, they are persons of respectability and they commit crimes in relation to their work or in relation to their occupational activity. So, that is white-collar crime. While blue-collar crime, those committed by ordinary professional criminal to maintain their livelihood. So, blue-collar crimes, they are belonging to lower-class society and kaya sila nagko-commit ng crime, it's because, bali yung pagko-commit nila ng crime is ginawa na nilang pangkabuhayan. So, yun yung sa blue-collar crime. Crimes of the upper world, those committed by individuals belonging to the upper-class society. Crimes of the underworld, those committed by members of the lower or underprivileged class of the society. So, example, crimes of the upper world, those crimes committed by, or example ito, crimes of the upper world, yung mga drug lords. Diba? So, yan, upper class society. So, yung mga pusher, yung mga pipitsugin lang, so, They are categorized under crimes of the underworld. Okay. Number 52. Okay, number 52. A crime can be classified according to the stages of commission. So, yun. Tandaan nyo na ano yung mga stages of commission. What crime is committed when the offender merely commences the execution of an offense by overt act, by which nevertheless did not perform all acts of execution which would produce the felony by reason of some cause other than his own spontaneous desistance. So, ano ba yung mga classification of crimes according to its stages of execution? We have attempted crime, frustrated crime, consummated crime. So, ibig sabihin, i-eliminate na natin tong complex crime. Hindi na siya kasali dito. So, ang tinatanong natin ngayon is, crime committed when the offender commences the execution of an offense by an overt act. So, merong overt act. Merong physical act that indicates your intention to commit the crime. Pero, ang sinasabi dito, hindi mo natapos yung paggawa ng acts ng execution, did not perform all the acts of execution by reason other than your own spontaneous desistance. Anong sagot? Ano bang ibig sabihin ng spontaneous desistance? Ibig sabihin po ng spontaneous desistance is nag-stop ka kasi natakot ka or nakonsensya ka. So yun yung ang ibig sabihin ng spontaneous desistance. So the answer here is attempted, paano ba? Ayun. Attempted crime. So yung keywords nyo po dyan, overt act, yung physical act that shows your intention to commit the crime, and yun, hindi mo na-perform yung all acts of execution because of some reasons or some causes. At hindi dahilan dahil sa natakot ka or nakonsensya ka. So, that is attempted crime. Yun. Pag sinabi nating frustrated crime, pinerform mo lahat ng acts of execution. Lahat ng acts of execution ginawa mo. Pero, hindi pa din na-produce yung intent crime mo. So, hindi pa din na-produce because of some reason independent to your will. That is frustrated crime. Parang sa pag-aaral nyo lang. For example, may exam kayo. Nag-aral kayo ng mabuti. Ginawa nyo lahat. Nagsunog kayo ng kilay. And yung goal nyo is para mag-top or para ma-perfect yung exam. Pero hindi nangyari. So, ginawa nyo lahat pero hindi nangyari, hindi nyo na-achieve yung goal nyo, so that is frustration. So, same din ng concept dito sa frustrated crime. You perform all the acts of execution pero hindi nangyari yung intended na crime na gusto mo. Hindi na produce. That is frustrated crime. Pag sinabi natin consummated crime, ito, all elements are present, you perform all the acts of execution and na-produce yung intended crime. So that is consummated crime. Complex crime. So meron din tayong tinatawag na classification of crimes according to plurality. So, meron tayong tinatawag na simple crime, meron tayong tinatawag na complex crime. Simple crime means single act constitutes one offense or single offense. Isang act, isang offense. That is simple crime. Complex crime, single act constitutes two or more grave felonies.
or a single act is necessary to commit the other. So that is complex crime. So complex crime is either single act constitutes two or more grave felonies, or the act is necessary to commit the other. So dalawang klase siya. Meron tayong tinatawag na compound crime. Meron tayong tinatawag na complex crime proper. So pag sinabi natin compound crime, yun yung isang act mo is nag-result ng two or more grave felony. Example, classic example, binaril mo si Juan, lumusot yung bala, tinamaan si Pedro, namatay din. Namatay both, si Juan tsaka si Pedro. So that is compound crime. Another classic example, throwing a grenade. So yung pag-throw ng grenade, it is a single act and then madaming namatay, that is compound crime. Pag sinabi natin complex crime proper, yung isang offense ay kailangan gawin para mangyari yung intended na crime. Pinaka-classic na example, forcible abduction with rape. So example ng complex crime proper. So para magawa mo yung pag-rape sa babae, so kailangan mo siyang i-abduct against sa will niya. So that is complex crime proper. Ayaw mag-next. Ayun. Number 53. Okay, number 53. Crimes are classified under revised penal code according to gravity. What crime to which the law attaches the capital punishment or afflictive penalty? So we also have classification of crimes, legal classification of crimes, legal classification because it is classified by the law. So legal classification of crime according to the gravity. So we have grave felonies, less grave felonies, and light grave felonies. So ang tanong dito, so meaning to say that letter D is already eliminated. Wala na siyang, hindi na yan kasali sa grupo. So eliminate na natin yung letter D. So pagpipilian na lang natin is letter A, letter B, letter C. So ang tanong natin dito, kung ano yung krimen na yung penalty is capital punishment or afflictive penalties. So the answer is, I think you got the correct answer. It's letter A, grave felonies. So, grave felonies, ang tandaan nyo lang, basta grave felonies, ang punishment niya is capital punishment, which is the death penalty, and afflictive penalties. So, by the way, the law that prohibited the imposition of death penalty, RA 9346. So, yun. Segue ng konti. And then afflictive penalties, we have reclusion perpetua, we have life imprisonment, we have reclusion temporal, we have prison mayor. Reclusion, emphasize ko lang din, reclusion perpetua and life imprisonment are not the same. Hindi po yan sila magkapareho. Reclusion perpetua and life imprisonment, they are not the same. Reclusion perpetua could be found at revised penal code, or meaning this punishment, kumbaga, itong reclusion perpetua, they are prescribed punishment under the violations against RPC. While the life imprisonment, ito yung ini-impose na penalty on offenses, or these are penalties prescribed by special laws. So yun yung pinagkaibahan nila ha. Revised reclusion perpetua sa RPC, life imprisonment sa special laws. So, afflictive penalties, again, reclusion perpetua, life imprisonment, reclusion temporal rather, and prison mayor. So, reclusion perpetua, what is the duration of penalty of reclusion perpetua? 20 years and 1 day to 40 years. Reclusion temporal, duration of penalty, 12 years and 1 day to 20 years. Prison mayor, 6 years and and 1 day to 12 years. Very good. Yun yung sa grave felony. So, capital punishment, afflictive penalties. While sa less grave felonies naman, we have correctional penalties. So, if yung penalty na naka-attach sa less grave, yung penalty na naka-attach sa isang felony is correctional penalties, ibig sabihin that is less grave crime or less grave felony or less grave offense. So we have prison correctional, we have arresto mayor. So para sa prison correctional, we have the duration of penalty is 6 years, 1 day to 12 years. Arresto mayor, we have 1 month, 1 day to 6 months. So yun yung sa less grave. Then we have the light felony. So if yung prescribed na penalty niya is arresto minor, which is the duration of penalty is 1 day to 30 days, that is light felony. Okay. Move on. Number 54. What crime, according to time or period of the commission, are those which are committed only when the circumstances or situation is conducive to its commission? Like for instance, committing theft in a crowded place. So yung tinatanong po natin dito is time or period in which yung situation is conducive, or meaning to say, merong opportunity to commit the crime. So the answer is situational crimes. So seasonal crimes, again, certain period of the time. Instant, this is as to the length of the time. Instant, shortest possible time. So itong continuing crimes naman, it is committed in several places. Number 55. There are crimes committed within a certain length of time. What crime is committed by series of acts in a lengthy space of time? Kakasabi lang kanina. Series of acts in a lengthy space of time. So dalawa lang yung magiging option natin kasi sinabi na agad dito sa question. Committed within certain length of time. So yung magiging options na lang natin dito is instant or episodal. So what is the answer? The answer is episodal. Okay, number 56. Actus reus means A, mens rea, B, guilty act, C, guilty mind, D, none of this. Actus reus. The answer is, almost got the correct answer, guilty act. So, mens rea, ibig sabihin yan, guilty mind or the intent. So, again, one of the elements of crime, intent, it needs to be present. So, meron tayong basis dyan. The Latin maxim, actus sulat ko na lang. Okay, yan, yung basis natin sa intent. Actus non posetrium nisi mensetria, it means that the act itself does not make a person guilty unless the mind is guilty. So, kailangan merong mens rea or guilty mind or kailangan guilty yung mind natin para masabi natin na yung act ng offender is guilty. So, dapat merong guilty mind para masabi natin na guilty yung act. Okay, number 57. Crimes such as theft, shoplifting, and others which are committed to maintain one's livelihood or as a living are what crimes? Yes, very good. The answer is blue collar crime. So ano yung ano natin dito? Keyword, maintaining one's livelihood or a means of living. So that is blue collar crime. Number 58. Those who commit crime because they are pushed to it by inducement, reward, or promise without considering its consequence. A. Passive inadequate criminal. B. Active aggressive criminal. C. Social delinquent. D. Chronic criminal. What's the answer? Nagko-commit sila ng crime because of reward, promise, or because they were induced. So the answer is passive inadequate criminal. Very good. So we have here classification, criminological classification of criminals. So first we have criminals classified on the basis of etiology. So okay, we have here acute criminal. So pag sinabi nating acute criminal, people who violate criminal law due to the impulse of the moment, fit of passion or anger or spell of extreme jealousy. So acute criminals, kaya sila nakakagawa ng krimen dahil sa galit or dahil sa emosyon, galit or jealousy. So they are impulsive acute criminals. So for example, nakita mo yung jowa mo may ka-holding hands na iba. Sinuntok mo ngayon yung ka-holding hands niya. So that is acute criminal. Kasi ginawa mo yung panununtok because of jealousy. So acute criminal ang tawag sa'yo. Pag sinabi natin chronic criminal, those persons who acted in consonance with deliberate thinking. So ito ay pinagplanuhan mo. So you committed crime, pinagplanuhan mo siya, pinag-isipan mo talaga on how to commit the crime. So you are chronic criminal. Chronic criminal ang tawag sa'yo pag pinagplanuhan mo yung pag-commit ng krimen. While neurotic criminals, these are insane criminals. Okay. Then we have classification of criminals based on behavioral system. Ordinary criminals, ito yung mga criminal which are a lowest form of criminal career. They have limited skill. Limited lang yung skill nila. And they don't have any organizations. They don't join any organization. So, ordinary criminals. Organized criminals, these are criminals that possess high degree of organization. So, meron silang organization. So, para ma-avoid na ma-detect sila sa kanilang mga illegal na gawain. So, usually they run legitimate businesses or enterprises to hide their illegal activities. Organized criminals. Professional criminals naman, ito yung mga highly skilled, they are well-trained criminals. So, example ito yung mga hitman, yung mga assassin, ayan, professional criminals. Active aggressive, so they commit crimes due to their aggressive behaviors. So, active, aggressive. Passive inadequate, yung tanong kanina, kaya sila gumagawa ng krimen kasi binigyan sila ng reward, binigyan sila ng, or any reward, promise, so ganyan. Passive inadequate. Monetary promise, monetary reward. Socialized delinquents naman, so ito, they learned delinquency through socialization. So yan, socialized delinquent. Dito, ini-explain na, bale, sa bahay nila, normal, yung parents niya, okay, for example, yung parents niya is mga professionals, But then, nakabarkada siya ng mga rugby boys, ganyan, or napasali siya sa mga gangs, na-learn niya yung mga criminal behaviors nila. Yun yung tinatawag na socialized delinquent. So, they learned delinquency through socialization. Number 59. One way of classifying criminals on the basis of etiology. What kind of criminal is that whose actions arises from intrapsychic conflict between social and antisocial components of his personality? Okay, so you are all, I believe you're all correct. So the answer is neurotic. So again, acute criminal, crimes of passion. So, nagawa mo yung krimen dahil sa bugso ng iyong damdamin, dahil nagselos ka, nakita mo yung jowa mo, may kasamang iba, ganon. Chronic criminal, yun, pinagplanuhan mo yung pag-commit ng crime. Number 60. Criminals can be classified according to this behavioral system. What are those criminals who have a high degree of organization that enables them to commit crime without being detected? The answer is organized crime. Number 61. What characteristic of criminal law in that criminal laws undertake to punish crimes committed within the Philippine territory? Okay, very good. Lahat tama ang sagot. The answer is territorial. So we have three characteristics of criminal law. We have general, we have territorial, we have prospective. So pag sinabi natin general, all persons who reside here in the Philippines, whether you are a citizen or not, is subject to our criminal law. All persons, regardless of who you are. But of course, in every general rule, there's always exemption. So, sino yung exemption? Yung head of the states, ambassadors, diplomats, exempted sila sa general rule ng ating criminal law. Territorial, pag sinabi nating territorial, all crimes committed within the Philippine archipelago, whether Philippine archipelago, terrestrial, fluvial, aerial, basta sakop ng territory ng Pilipinas, ginawa yung krimen subject to our Philippine criminal law. So lahat ng crimes na nakumit within the Philippine territory subject to Philippine criminal law. Exemption, nandoon sa Article 2 of the Revised Penal Code. So, review ninyo doon, nandoon yung exemption. Prospective, sinasabi dito that the application of the law is forward, not backward. So, example, yung case ni Hayden Ko at ni Katrina Halili, yung kumalat na video scandal nila, Hayden Ko was not imprisoned sa pagkuha ng video sex scandal nila ni Katrina Halili kasi nung time na yon wala pang batas na nagsasabi na yung pagkuha ng sex video ay isang krimen. Then the birth of RA 9995. So, question, pwede na bang makulong si Hayden Ko? Kasi may batas na RA 9995 na pinagbabawal ang pagkuha ng sex video. The answer is no. Kasi nga, characteristics of criminal law, prospective. The application is forward, hindi backward or hindi retroactive. So, exemption to this characteristic, prospective exemption, pwede ma-retroact yung effect ng batas kung lenient siya or favorable siya sa accused. Again, exemption to the prospectivity, pwede po maging pwede po i-retroact yung effect ng isang batas kung yung batas na yon is favorable or lenient sa accused. Pero meron din tayong tinatawag na exemption to the exemption. So ano yung exemption to the exemption? If habitual delinquent yung akusado. So kung habitual delinquent yung akusado, hindi kahit na favorable sa kanya yung batas, hindi pwedeng magkaroon ng retroactive effect. So yun yung tinatawag exemption to the exemption. Kailan ba natin masasabi na habitual delinquent ang isang tao? Kung sa loob ng 10 years, si accused ay convicted 3 times, pangatlong beses, of the crimes of slurf. So, gumawa ko ng sarili kong mnemonic, slurf. So, meron parang nakakaalam ng slurf. So, slurf, serious and less serious physical injury, estafa, robbery, falsification, theft. So, tawag natin sa kanya is habitual delinquent. So, again, pag habitual delinquent ka, kahit pa favorable sa iyo yung batas, hindi pwede magkaroon ng retroactive effect. Number 62, what is the duration of penalty of arresto mayor? Arresto mayor. Okay. Arresto mayor, the answer is letter B, 1 month and 1 day to 6 months. Letter A, 1 day to 30 days, that is arresto minor. Yung 6 months and 1 day to 6 years, prison correctional, 6 years and 1 day to 12 years, that is prison mayor. Number 63. Whenever a new statute dealing with a crime establishes conditions more lenient to the accused, it can be given retroactive effect. A, the statement is true. B, the statement is false. C, the statement is partially true. D, the statement is partially false. Okay, whenever you encounter this type of question with this type of choices, automatic you eliminate na the choices letter C and letter D. Kasi hindi naman pwede na magkaroon ng, pag sinabi natin partially true, ibig sabihin partially false na yan, automatic. So, eliminate nyo na yan. So, matitira na lang na pagpipilian ninyo is true or false. So, dito, ito ba ay true or false? So, the answer is letter A. The statement is true. Number 64. Misdemeanor is also known as what? A, violation. B, breaking of law. C, offense. D, infraction of law. Ay, mali pala yung ano, no? Choices. So, that is, ano po yan? The answer po is infraction of law. So, sorry for the typo error. Infraction of law or misdemeanor. Again, they are crimes against or punishable by ordinances. Number 65. If within the period of 10 years from the date of the last conviction of the crimes of serious or less serious physical injuries, robbery, theft, estafa, or falsification, he is found guilty of any said crimes a third time or oftener, is deemed to be letter C. Very good. Habitual delinquent. So, pag sinabi naman nating recidivist, ito yung taong nag-commit ng crime 2 or more under the same title of the code. So, the same title of the code embraces the same title of the code. Example, in year 2018, nang rape siya, na-convict siya. In year 2021, kinasuhan siya ng homicide. So, since they are under the same title of the code, which is crimes against person, ang tawag sa kanya is recidivist. Very good. Number 66, revised penal code is also known as A, criminal law, B, penal law, C, Spanish Código Legal, D, Act number 3815. Okay, so almost got the correct answer. The answer po is Act number 3815. So, criminal law, other term po niyan, or other name rather, is penal law. Yung Spanish Código Penal, that is the old version. It is the criminal law in the Spain, which is extended here in the Philippines when we were conquered by the Spaniards. Revised Penal Code or Act number 3815. So date of approval niya is December 8, 1930, and yung effectivity date niya is January 1, 1932. So isa po yan sa sources ng ating criminal law, yung revised penal code. Okay, number 67. Camp Bukang Liwayway was one of the satellites of New Bilibid Prison, which houses what type of prisoners? Oh. Answer is, okay, very good. The answer is minimum security prisoner. So, yung New Bilibid Prison, meron silang 2 satellites. Una, yung Camp Bukang Liwayway. Pangalawa, yung Camp Sampaguita. Yung Camp Bukang Liwayway, yun yung nag-house ng minimum security prisoner. While yung Camp Sampaguita, they house medium security prisoner. So, saan nilalagay yung mga maximum security prisoner? Nilalagay sila sa New Bilibid prison main compound. So, doon. So, the minimum security prisoners, may nakita ako dito, the color of their uniform is brown. Then, for medium security prisoner, the color of their uniform is blue. And for maximum security prisoner, ang color ng uniform nila is orange. So, itong minimum security prisoner, they are trusted and they can work in an open condition. So, pwede po silang magtrabaho in open condition, walang nakabantay sa kanila na guard. Itong blue, medium security prisoner, allowed sila, pero under the supervision. Under the supervision of jail guards. While sa maximum security prisoners, they are not allowed. Because ito sila yung mga usually delikado na mga klase ng mga prisoner, and they committed grave felonies. So the answer is minimum. Okay, number 68. Color of uniform of detainee under BJMP. A gray, B yellow, C orange, D blue. So the answer is letter B, yellow. Okay, number 69. What was the oldest prison built here in the Philippines? A, Old Bilibid Prison, B, San Ramon Prison, C, Sablayan Prison and Penal Farm, D, Iwahig Prison and Penal Farm. Okay. So, almost all of you answers letter B, San Ramon Prison. So, the correct answer po is Old Bilibid Prison. So, let's go back to the history of the establishment of prison. So, during the Spanish regime, nag-establish po sila ng 2 prison. Unang prison na in-establish nila is yung Bilibid Prison. Pangalawa, yung San Ramon Prison. So, chat box. Ang question kasi, oldest prison built. And here in the choices, oldest prison built, ang pinaka-old na prison na binil talaga or in-establish is the Old Bilibid Prison. So, yun yung pinakaunang in-establish. Pangalawa, yung San Ramon Prison. Then, during the American period, 4 na prison yung in-establish nila. We have the Iwahig Prison, we have the Dapicol, we have the CIW, and the establishment of New Bilibid Prison in Muntinlupa, transferring the Bilibid prison from Manila to Muntinlupa. And ngayon, yung Bilibid prison is no longer operating as prison, but it is operating na as city jail. So, yon yung Bilibid prison. Pero the question man was, what was the oldest prison built? Kaya yung sagot ay Old Bilibid prison. Kasi among the four here, ang pinaka-old na binilt or na-establish is the Old Bilibid prison and not the San Ramon prison. Though ngayon, Bilibid prison is no longer operating as prison, but it is operating as jail. So in board exam class tip is that alamin nyo yung utak ng nagtatanong. Yun. Alamin nyo yung utak ng formulate ng question. Ano ba yung thinking niya? Ano ba yung iniisip niya? So, you don't ask the question. Huwag nyo ding kalabanin yung tanong. Ang alamin ninyo is ano ba yung pinupunto ng examiner? Ano bang pinupunto niya sa tanong niya? So, yun. Okay. Number 70. It is the branch of the criminal justice system concerned with the custody, supervision, and rehabilitation of criminal offenders. Very good. The answer is, okay. So dito, branch of criminal justice system, eliminate na natin si penology. Kasi si penology, that is branch of criminology. Principal division of criminology. So ang sinabi dito, criminal justice. So ang pwede lang pumasok dito is law enforcement, prosecution, and corrections. But then it said that it's concerned with the custody, supervision, and rehabilitation. Therefore, the answer is, oh my God, what happened? Ayun, corrections. The answer is corrections. Okay, number 71. It is also known as the Bureau of Corrections Act of 2013. What's the answer? Okay, very good. The answer is RA 10575. Okay, number 72. It is the division of criminology that deals with the study of punishment for crime or criminal offenders. Division of criminology. Yes, the answer is penology. Okay. Number 73, it was credited as one of the best prison without walls because it has no record of attempt to escape. So the answer is very good, Iwahig Prison and Penal Farm. So it was located the Puerto Princesa, Palawan. It was built without walls. Original name ng Iwahig Prison Penal Farm is Luhit Penal Settlement. Number 74. The Bureau of Jail Management and Penology is the primary agency to handle or manage jails in the country, including the following, except what's the answer? So the answer is very good, provincial jail. Kasi ang nagsusupervise ng provincial jail is the provincial government. Ang nagsusupervise ng municipal, city, district jail is the BGMP. So emphasize ko lang para sa mga nakalimutan na. So magkaiba yung jail at prison. Pag sinabi natin jail, ang nagsusupervise niyan is BGMP. If district jail, municipal jail, city jail, and provincial government if provincial jail. Pag prison, ang nagsusupervise, Bucor. Ang jail, they houses criminals who are sentenced below 3 years of imprisonment. While prison, they houses criminals who are sentenced 3 years and 1 day and above. So lahat ng mga criminal na nasentensya ng 3 years and 1 day and above, automatic mapupunta sa prison. And jail also houses detainees who are those who are undergoing trial waiting for final judgment, and even person who are under investigation. So meron tayong types of jail, yung lock-up jail na makikita natin sa police station. Meron tayong tinatawag na ordinary jail, itong apat na to: municipal jail, city jail, provincial jail, district jail. And meron tayong tinatawag na workhouse or jail camps, which are not here in the Philippines. So, pag sinabi naman nating district jail, ito yung jail kung saan yung sinasakupan niya is 2 or more municipalities that are being clustered. Pag sinabi nating municipal jail, it houses municipal prisoners, which ang penalty nila is 6 months. So, city jail naman, it houses prisoners na yung penalty nila is 1 day to 3 years. While yung provincial jail, they houses criminals with a penalty of minimum of 6 months and maximum of 3 years. And meron tayong tinatawag na national prisoner. So yung national prisoner, obviously, they are committed to national penitentiary or prison. Or yes, another term for national penitentiary, national prisoner is insular prisoner. So yung sentensya nila is 3 years and 1 day to 3 years and 1 day above, rather. So yun. BGMP, another distinction, BGMP is under DILG and U4 is under DOJ. Okay, proceed to what is the original name of Iwahig Prison and Penal Farm? Okay, very good sa lahat ng nag-answer ng Delta, Luhit Penal Settlement. Number 76, what is the color of the uniform of detainee in National Penitentiary? What's the answer? May nag-answer ng B, C, D, gray. Okay. The question here is detainee in National Penitentiary. The answer is gray. Kung under BGMP, that is yellow. Pero pag nasa prison, National Penitentiary, the color of the uniform of the detainee is gray. Number 77. One who is sentenced to a prison term of 3 years and 1 day to reclusion perpetua or life imprisonment. What's the answer? Very good. Insular or national prisoner. Both A and B. Okay, number 78. Army is a mischief maker. One day, he extremely bullied Roger and threatened to punch him. Roger got out of patience, hit him on the face, and knocked him off. What theory of victimology could best describe Army as a victim? A. Active precipitation. B. Passive precipitation. C. Lifestyle theory. D. Victim precipitation theory. Okay, so we're looking for a theory of victimology that could describe Army as a victim. So what? Excuse me. Okay, the correct answer is victim precipitation theory. Very good sa lahat ng mga nagsagot ng letter D. So we have here the theories of victimization. Okay, victim precipitation theory, according to this theory, theory, some people may initiate the confrontation that eventually leads to their injury or death. Victim precipitation can either be active or passive. So ano ba sinasabi ng victim precipitation theory? Kaya nagiging biktima ang isang tao kasi sila yung nag-initiate ng confrontation. Sila yung nang-provoke sa isang individual. Kaya sila naging biktima. So that is victim precipitation theory. So meron tayong dalawang klase. We have active precipitation and passive precipitation. So pag sinabi nating active, occurs when the victims act provocatively and use threats or fighting words or even attacks first. So active, merong action. So prinovoke niya yung offender. So, ang pag-provoke niya, it's either sinabihan niya, lika, suntukan tayo, ganon. Or trineten niya. So, that is active precipitation. So, for example, si Juan, hinamon niya si Pedro, suntukan tayo. Tapos, ang ending, si Juan yung mas malala, yung tama. So, siya yung naging biktima. So, that is victim precipitation. That is active precipitation, nanghamon siya. While passive precipitation naman, this is occurs when the victim exhibits some personal characteristics unknowingly threaten or encourage the attacker. So ito yung mga personal characteristics ng isang individual, hindi niya alam na nakaka-provoke na pala siya ng ibang tao. 'Di ba? Merong mga ganong klaseng individual na parang ang yabang nilang maglakad or ang yabang nilang magsalita. Pero normal na yun sa kanila. It is how the way they walk, it is how the way they talk. But then, para sa iba, parang naproprovoke sila na parang, uy, nangahamon to ng away ah. So that is passive precipitation under victim precipitation theory. So we have here lifestyle theory. According to this theory, people may become crime victims because of their lifestyle. Increases their exposure to criminal offenders. So for example, mahilig ka mag-clubbing. So night out. So mahilig kang umuwi ng madaling araw na. So yan. Or for example, yung trabaho mo is a call center agent. So, madaling araw ka na umuwi. For example, yung shift mo. So, madaling araw ka na umuwi. So, possible na magiging biktima ka ng krimen. Kasi usually yung mga criminal is gumagalaw sila sa gabi. Lifestyle theory. Deviant place theory naman, according to this theory, victims do not encourage crime but are victim-prone because they reside in socially disorganized high crime areas where they have the greatest risk of coming into contact with criminal offender. So deviant place theory, hindi nila yung pagiging biktima nila is not because they encourage the offender. No, but it is because they are exposed to an area where there is a high crime rate or an area where there is parang pinamumugaran ng mga kriminal. So, yun. Kaya sila nagiging kriminal kasi exposed sila doon sa area na yun na kung saan madami yung mga kriminal. So, kaya nagiging biktima sila. So, deviant place theory. Then routine activity theory. So this is also one of the theories under victimology, which yun nga, present yung elements, suitable targets, absence of capable guardians, and presence of motivated offender. That is routine activity theory. So we have here the general types of victims, and this is classification of Hans von Hentig. So we have here the young. So the young, mga bata, so they are weak by virtue of age and immaturity. So kaya sila nagiging biktima, it's because they are physically weak and they are immature. So madali lang silang linlangin, and physically they are weaker than adults. Females naman, kaya sila nagiging biktima because of their body. And of course, they're also physically weak than men. So, yun. Pero usually talaga, kaya nagiging biktima yung babae because of their body. Okay, old naman, old, incapable of physical defense, physically weak then, and usually they are victim of scams. So, madali silang malinlang or madali silang ma-scam. Then, mentally defective. So, nagiging biktima sila dahil may problema sa kanilang pag-iisip. They are unable to think rationally. Yon. Number 5, immigrant. So, ito namang immigrant. Ito yung mga, for example, yung mga bagong salta sa isang lugar. Hindi nila alam yung mga rules talaga. And for madalas nagiging biktima yung talagang hindi marunong yung lingwahe. So, yan, pagka nalaman na, like for example, ito yung pinaka parang classic na example, yung mga Bisaya. Pag pumupunta dito sa Luzon, pag nalalaman na actually yung mga nanglilin lang din sa mga Bisaya is mga Bisaya lang din. So pag nalaman na Bisaya, yun, parang ini-scam nila. So yan, immigrant. Kasi nga, wala yung mga Bisaya na sumasalta dito is wala silang alam. Then minorities, so yung member of indigenous group or cultural minorities, so they were discriminated. No, there is an equal treatment of justice because yun nga, they are seen to be ignorant, they are uneducated, kaya nagiging biktima sila. Then we have psychological types of victims. We have the depressed. So itong depressed, nagiging biktima sila because they are physically weak and wala sila sa tamang pag-iisip because of their mental condition. Acquisitive or greedy, so ito yung mga tao na gahaman. So nagiging biktima sila dahil lahat is nakikita nila as opportunity para yumaman sila. So yan, dahil dito nagiging biktima sila ng scam kasi parang lahat talaga nakikita nila as opportunity. Then we have the wanton. So ito namang wanton is person ruled by passion or thoughtlessly seeking pleasure. So kahit kanina sila nakikipag-sex para ma-satisfy or ma-fulfill yung sexual desires nila, yun. Dahil doon na-expose sila sa mga venereal diseases. The lonesome person who eventually becomes victim by virtue of wanting companionship or affection. Nagiging biktima sila because they are seeking belongingness towards a person. So, madali silang mag-trust ng ibang tao. Pag merong lumapit sa kanila, nakikipag-friend, tinitreat nila agad or parang inaano nila agad na mabait na tao. Hello? Naririnig pa ba ako? Okay. Sige, medyo ilapit ko lang yung ano ko. And the heart broken. So, yun. Usually, nagiging biktima sila kasi, yun, nadadala sila sa mga comfort. Yan, merong mga, pag heartbroken, di ba, uso yung mga comfort. Ayan. So, nagtatrust sila sa tao. So, akala nila, uy, ito na yung, ang tawag dito, answer sa prayer ko. Ganun. So, hindi nila alam. Ginagamit lang pala sila. So, ayan. Then, tormented, a victim who asked for it from his own family or friends. So, tormented, ang classic example nito is, for example, physically abused by the father nung bata pa. Nung bata pa siya, physically abused by the father. At nung tumanda na, naging baliktad yung sitwasyon. Yung anak na yung nambubugbog sa tatay. So that's the example of tormented. Okay, number 79. This type of victim refers to foreigners unfamiliar with a given culture. Anyone traveling to a culture different from their own subject to varying gaps in communication and comprehension. Very good. The answer is immigrant. Number 80. Who coined the word victimology? A. Benjamin Mendelssohn. B. Hans von Tig. C. Stephen Schaffer. D. Marvin Wolfgang. Who coined the word victimology? The answer po is Benjamin Mendelssohn. Okay. Itong lahat ng nandito sa ating choices, sila po ang pioneers in the study of victimology. Si Benjamin Mendelssohn, siya po yung nag-coin ng word na victimology. Si Hans von Hentig, siya yung nag-introduce kanina ng mga general and psychological types of victims. Siya din yung nagsabi na yung crime is victim precipitated. Ibig sabihin, may kontribusyon yung biktima kung bakit siya nagiging biktima. Yun. Pero si Stephen Schaffer, in-introduce niya yung functional responsibility. So sinasabi niya na yung biktima ay merong responsibilidad na hindi mag-provoke or hindi mang-provoke ng ibang tao para maipahamak yung sarili nila. So, functional responsibility. Si Wolfgang, he said in his study that homicide or the crime of homicide is victim precipitated. So, pinag-aralan niya yung mga homicide reports at nalaman niya na ang kadalasang dahilan ng homicide ay dahil nang provoke si victim kay attacker. So, yun yung study ni Marvin Wolfgang. Meron din tayong isang tao pa, si Menachem Amir. Saglit. Actually, si Menachem Amir, same lang sila ng concept ni Wolfgang. Pero yung pinag-aralan niya is rape cases. Kay Wolfgang, homicide cases. Kay Menachem or kay Amir is rape cases. He said that crime of rape are victim precipitated. The reason daw bakit yung babae is nagiging biktima ng rape is because of the factors associated to her. Example, yung mga scandalous outfits, yung sobrang iksi ng shorts, pakita ng cleavage, yun. Nakikipag-inuman ka sa puro mga lalaki, yun, factor din yun. Seductive actions, yun, factor din yun. So yun yung sinasabi ni Amir, na kaya nagiging biktima ang babae sa rape dahil dun sa mga factors na yun. Okay, number 81. What stage of victims of crime model in which the victim formulates psychological defenses and deals with conflicting emotions of guilt, anger, acceptance, and desires of revenge? A, stage of impact and disorganization. B, stage of recoil. C, reorganization stage. D, behavioral outcome. So the answer po, stage of victim crime model. Okay, so victims crime model, ito po yung model of victimization kung saan pinag-aaralan yung proseso ng pinagdadaanan ng biktima. Ayun, meron siyang 3 stages. Una, stage of impact and there's organization. Pangalawa, yung stage of recoil. Pangatlo, yung reorganization stage. Yung stage of impact and disorganization, ito yung stage kung saan traumatized pa yung biktima. Kasi bago pa lang, kakagawa pa lang ng krimen. So bago pa lang nangyari yung krimen. Stage of recoil, ito yung stage kung saan yung victim nagdi-deal ng different emotions. Nagagalit, nagigilty kasi feeling niya, kasalanan niya kung bakit siya naging biktima, acceptance or paghihiganti. So mixed emotion. So therefore the answer here for 81 is stage of recoil. And reorganization stage, ito yung stage kung saan accepted na ni victim yung mga pangyayari and naka-move on na siya and back to normal na yung life niya or yung lifestyle niya. So that is victims of crime model. Okay, number 82. What model of victimization was developed to explain the coping behavior of victims of natural disaster? Okay, so keywords natin, victims of natural disaster. So the answer is disaster victims model. So yung victims of crime model, biktima sila ng gawa ng tao. Itong disasters victims model, biktima sila ng natural disaster. Number 83. Crimes which occur per 100,000 population per month. It is the theoretical basis which determines the peace and order situation. What's the answer? Index crime, non-index crime, crime rate, crime volume. Very good. The answer is crime rate. Now, we have classification of crimes, and this is for the purpose of statistical study. Index crime and non-index crime. Pag sinabi nating index crime, ito yung mga serious crimes involving crimes against person, yung rape, murder, homicide, physical injury. Then crimes against property, yung robbery, theft, carnapping, cattle rustling. Yun, index crime. Non-index crime, yung mga violations of special laws or mga ordinances. So, index crime. Crime volume, it means the total summation of the index and non-index crime. That is crime volume. So, dito ang sagot is crime rate. Number 84, it is the percentage of solved cases out of the total number of reported crime incidents handled by the police for a given period of time. What's the answer? Solved cases. Okay, very good. The answer is letter B, crime solution efficiency. So, dyan sa gilid, yan po yung formula niya to solve the crime solution efficiency. Number 85. Okay, solving. If the population in municipality is 185,000 and the crime volume is 1,745, what is the crime rate? What is your answer? Meron pang ibang nagsusolve. The answer is letter B. So ito yung solution niya. So the given the problem, the 1,745 and the population is 185,000. So 100,000 there is constant. Constant na yan siya. So ito po yung pag-compute 1,745, i-divide mo yan sa total population. So, itong 185,000, given po yan sa tanong natin. Itong 1,745, given din po yan sa tanong natin. So, dun po natin yan nakuha. Itong 100,000 po is constant. Constant na po yan. So, divide natin yan. So, ito yung result. 0.0094324,324 times 100,000. So, the result is 943. So, that is the crime rate. Okay. Number 86. Defined as the crimes that involves crimes against person, murder, homicide, physical injury, rape, crimes against property, such as robbery, theft, carnapping, carjacking, cattle rustling. Very good. The answer is index crime. Number 87. Okay. What was the oldest prison built in the Philippines? Binalik ulit yung tanong. Binalik yung tanong pero hindi binalik yung choice. Whenever you answer in the board exam, hindi lang mahalaga na basahin natin yung question, mahalaga din po na basahin natin yung choices. Pag nagsasagot kayo sa board exam, huwag kayong parang, maging impulsive. Yan talaga yung pinaka, parang tip talaga. Huwag kayong, kasi may keyword, yun na yun. Always and always and always read the question. Twice, thrice, read the question and read the choices. Kasi doon mo malalaman kung ano ba yung pinupunto ng examiner. Ano ba yung gusto niyang mangyari sa question na to? Ano bang gusto niyang malaman? So yun. So here, ang question kanina, what was the oldest prison built in the Philippines? Nandoon sa choices yung Old Bilibid Prison. Dito, nawala na siya sa choices. So, nandito na lang, New Bilibid Prison, San Ramon Prison, Iwag Prison Penal Farm, Sablayan Prison. The question now, what was the oldest prison built in the Philippines? What is the answer? The answer, based on this question, sino ba pinaka-old na na-establish sa Philippines? The answer is San Ramon Prison. Hindi po New Bilibid Prison. Kasi yung New Bilibid Prison, it was established under American regime na. Well, yung San Ramon Prison, it was established under under the colonization of the Spaniards. So, dito, sa question na to, and sa choices na to, ang sagot natin is San Ramon Prison. Okay, number 88. Forensic investigators use luminol to detect trace amounts of blood at the crime scenes as it reacts with the iron in hemoglobin. Based on the facts, the nature of criminology is, so yan, very good. So there's an application of science, the application of the chemical luminol to detect blood at the crime scene. So that is an applied science. Okay, number 88 or 89 rather. This type of research is done purposely to understand and explain. A, basic research. B, applied research. C, evaluation research. D, action research. Yung purpose lang niya is to understand and to explain. To answer the how, the why, the what question. The answer is basic research. A. So basic research is also known as pure research. Okay, applied research, ito po yung we seek new application of scientific knowledge to the solution of the problem. So we seek new application, so applied research. So ina-apply natin yung new scientific knowledge to solve the problem. Evaluation research, so ini-evaluate natin, for example, kung effective ba yung program, effective ba yung policy, or effective ba yung certain product. So that is evaluation research. Action research, so this is to solve the problems within the organization or the community. Okay, number 90. Suicide is not a crime, but giving assistance to suicide, as defined under Article 253 of Revised Penal Code, is crimes committed in violation against Revised Penal Code is referred to as, what's the answer? Okay, the answer is, so yung question niya is specific. Crimes committed in violation against Revised Penal Code is referred to felony. So, specific man yung question, so our answer should be specific as well. Okay. Case scenario. Maria is a call center agent. She always came home late. One evening, while on her way home, she was barred by Mario and grabbed her bag. She was trying to get it back, but to her surprise, Mario was pointing gun to her. Mario successfully got her bag and ran away. So ito yung fact. So question 491. Based on the facts given, what theory of victimology could best describe Maria as victim? Si Maria, isang call center agent, palaging umuwi ng gabi. And nung umuwi siya, isang gabi, hinarangan siya ni Mario, kinuha yung bag niya. And then, si Mario may baril, tinutukan siya, so nakuha ni Mario yung bag niya. So, ano yung best na theory na magdi-describe sa kay Maria as a victim? So, the answer is lifestyle theory. So, again, sa victim precipitation, tandaan nyo lang, the keyword there is initiate provocation or confrontation. Ikaw yung nang-provoke. Ikaw yung unang nag-confront. Ikaw kumbaga yung nanghamon. Kaya ikaw yung naging, at yung ending, ikaw yung naging biktima. Number 92. What criminological classification according to the result of crime was committed by Mario? Anong classification of crime ba yung na-commit ni Mario? That is letter C, acquisitive crime. Number 93. As to the stages of execution, what Mario did could be classified as A, attempted, B, frustrated, C, consummated, D, none of this. Okay, the answer is consummated. Successful. Number 94. The following are the exceptions in the general application of the law. Except. So, lahat daw ng ito ay exception sa general application of the law. Maliban sa isa. So, head of the state, yes, they are exempted. Ambassador, diplomats, the answer is letter D. Consul. Very good. Number 95. Whenever a new statute dealing with crime establishes conditions more lenient to the accused, it can be given retroactive effect. The statement is not false. Is it true? Pinalito-lito lang. So, the statement is not false. Is it true? A, true. B, false. C, partially true. D, partially false. So, the answer is letter A, true. Number 96. Penology came from what word? A, poena. B, piona. C, Latin. D, Greek. Okay. The question is, penology came from what word? The answer is letter C. The question is generic. So, general yung attack ng question. Ang tinatanong niya, what word? Hindi niya tinatanong what Latin word. Kasi kung tinanong niya na what Latin word, ang isasagot natin, poena. Pero ang tinanong niya man is what word? So, the answer is Latin. Number 97. The one that supervises and manages all national penitentiaries is letter What's the answer? Lahat, nagsusupervise ng lahat ng national penitentiaries or prisons. Very good. The answer is Bureau of Corrections. Number 98, who control and manage provincial jails? Very good. Provincial government. Number 99, people who engage in this indiscriminate sexual activity with different partners expose themselves to different levels of disease. It refers to type of victim. The answer is very good. Letter D, wanton. 100. The following are reflective penalties except afflictive penalties. Ano-ano nga yung mga afflictive penalties? Life imprisonment, afflictive penalties, correct. Reclusion temporal, afflictive penalties, correct. Prison mayor, afflictive penalties, correct. So, hindi afflictive penalties dito is death penalty. So, let's have a break muna for maybe 15 minutes para mag-ihi break kayo or huminga kayo kung gusto nyong huminga, inom ng tubig. So, wag lang kayo mag-leave. Hello? Hello everyone? Balik na tayo. Resume na tayo para kasi medyo malalim na din yung gabi. Sige. Okay. So, number 101. Okay, it refers to the offenses where there is no private offended party. So, what's the answer? Okay, very good. The answer is victimless crimes. So, example niyan, prostitution, drug abuse, gambling, illegal possession of firearms, yun. Number 102. Why Cesar Lombroso was regarded as the father of criminology? A. Because he pretended his key ideas and the abolition of torture as legitimate means of extracting confessions. B. Because his attack on the classical doctrine of free will, which argued that criminals should be held morally responsible for their crimes because they must have made rational decision to commit the crime. C. Because he argued that crime is a normal phenomenon. Or D. Because he put emphasis on the need to study criminals scientifically. So what's your answer? Bakit nakuha niya yung titulo? Father of Criminology. B kasi mahaba. Okay. Another din yan. Actually, that advice came from my professor dati. Sabi niya, kapag sa board exam daw, kung ano daw yung pinakamahabang yung choice or yung option, yun daw yung sagot. Pero, hindi lahat. Just like today, in number 102, so hindi letter B yung sagot. So, the answer, bakit Cesar Lombroso was regarded as the father of criminology, it's because letter D. Because he put emphasis on the need to study criminals scientifically. So, yun yung dahilan kung bakit he was credited as the father of criminology. Number 103. When does act becomes malicious? A. When the offender is irrational. B. When the offender performs acts of lasciviousness. C. When the offender has the intention to cause injury to another person. Or D. When the offender was forced to commit crime. What's the answer? Okay, the answer here is yun. Applicable yung kung yung mataas yung sagot, yun yung sagot. Letter C. When the offender has the intention to cause injury to another person. Number 104, who grants pardon? A. PPA, B. BPP, C. President, D. Trial Court. Very good. The answer is D. President. Who grants probation? So among the choices here, who grants probation? Very good. The answer is trial court. Again probation, ang nag-grant ng probation is the trial court. Okay, among the choices here, who grants parole? Okay, very good. The answer is BPP. Okay, number 105, what is the legal basis of intent as one of the basic elements of crime? What's the answer? What is the legal basis of intent? So, sinabi natin kanina, yes, actus non passetrium nisi mens setria. So, the act cannot be held guilty if the mind is not guilty. So, actus me invito, factus non est meus actus, it is an element or the basis of element of freedom, and it means an act done by me against my will is not my act. Dura lex id lex, it means the law may be harsh, but that is the law. Ignorantia legis neminem excusat. It means that ignorance of the law excuses no one. Number 106. Mania has this recurrent inability to resist urges to steal items that she generally doesn't really need and usually have little value. Mania is what type of criminal? Okay, very good. The answer is letter C, habitual criminal. 107. Mr. A saw his wife, Miss B, with another man, Mr. X, at the park having public display of affection, PDA. Mr. A got extremely jealous of what he saw. One night, Mr. A hid behind the tree waiting for Mr. X to pass by as he planned to kill Mr. X. What type of criminal is Mr. A? A, acute criminal. B, chronic criminal. C, active aggressive criminal. D, situational criminal. What's your answer? Okay, so may nakikita ako A, B, A, B, A, B. Walang nagsasagot ng C, D. Puros A, B, A, B. Okay, in the given situation, ang answer po dito is, ano bang hinahanap natin dito? What type of criminal is Mr. A? Ang answer po dyan is chronic criminal. Alam mo, bakit chronic criminal? Sabi mo kanina, pagka nagselos, acute criminal. Okay, sa acute criminal kasi, it manifests impulsiveness. Meaning, ano ba, dire-diretso. Yung parang, example, nakita niya na may ka-holding hands yung jowa niya, so binugbog niya, yun, acute criminal. Pero in the given, in the given situation, ang sinabi dito, it was planned. Ito yon, it was planned, di ba? Hindi niya agad sinugod yung lalaki. So pinagplanuhan niya one night, di ba? Hinintay niya pa yung gabi, nagtago pa siya para lang hindi siya makita ni Mr. X. And yun, ito talaga yung dito. Plinano niya ang pagpatay kay Mr. X. Kaya, what type of criminal is Mr. A? The answer is chronic. Kasi with deliberate thinking. Hindi acute criminal. Kasi pag sinabi nating acute criminal, impulsive sila. So, dire-diretso. Wala silang pakialam kung ano yung tawag dito. Parang wala silang pakialam sa kahinatnan ba. Hindi na nila pinaplano, hindi na nila pinag-iisipan. Yun yung tama. Hindi na nila pinag-iisipan. Dahil lang sa nandoon yung selos nila, o yung galit nila, yun, acute criminal yun. So if the situation says that after seeing his wife, Miss B, having public affection with Mr. X, pinatay niya si Mr. X right now, right there, that is acute criminal. Pero ang dito man sa situation is pinagplanuhan niya. So the answer is chronic criminal. Okay, so let's erase ko lang to. So I hope that is clear. Ayun. Okay. So number 108. If the accused who already performed an overt act voluntarily desisted, or he himself decided not to continue with his criminal purpose, then he is not liable. The statement is not false. A, not true. B, not false. C, maybe. D, maybe not. What's your answer? If the accused who already performed an overt act, so nag-perform na siya ng physical act, which showing his intention to commit his intended crime. Pero bigla siyang huminto. And hindi na lang siya nag-continue. Hindi niya na lang ginawa. Then he is not liable. The statement is not false. So sinasabi dito that the statement is true. So A, not true. B, not false. C, maybe. D, not. The answer is not true. So criminally liable pa rin siya sa ginawa niya kasi nag-perform na nga siya ng overt act. So nandun na yung physical act that give rise his intention to commit the crime. So for example niyan, balak mong magnakaw. Pumunta ka sa isang bahay, tinanggal mo isa-isa yung jealousy. Kasi balak mong magnakaw, balak mong pumasok sa loob ng bahay. Ngayon, parang bigla mong naisip na, ayoko na lang palang magnakaw. So, ang tanong ba doon is, criminally liable ka ba? Siyempre, oo. Criminally liable ka. Kasi nandun na yung nandun na yung physical act. And ang pwedeng ikaso sa'yo is attempted trespassing. So, yun siya. 109. Mary is highly proficient at firing firearms accurately, uses her skill in killing high-value targets at longer than usual ranges. What type of criminal is Mary? Very good. Letter D. Okay, case scenario. John stole money from the wallet of his mother, but John heed the call of his conscience and returned the money. So, nagnakaw daw si John ng pera sa wallet ng kanyang mama. Pero, nakonsensya siya and binalik niya yung pera. Question, is John criminally liable? What's your answer? The answer is yes, because he already performed the acts. Number 111. What was the crime committed by John? Attempted, frustrated, consummated, or John did not commit any crime? The answer is consummated na. Kinuha niya na eh. Kinuha niya na yung pera. Nakonsensya lang siya. Kaya binalik niya. So, consummated na kasi nakuha niya na yung pera. Case scenario, Agapito shot early 7, mortally wounding him, but after which former saved the life of the latter by bringing him to the hospital. Question, is Agapito liable? Criminally liable? The answer is yes, because he performed all the acts necessary for the commission of the crime. What was the crime committed by Agapito? Nabuhay si early 7. Binaril niya, nabuhay. The answer is frustrated. Kasi dun sa senaryo, ang sinabi dun, mortally wounding. Ibig sabihin, meron siya intensyon na patayin. Si early 7. Kenji was convicted of the crime of estafa in 2015 with a penalty of prison mayor. Prior to that, he was convicted of falsification in 2009 and less serious physical injury in 2010. Question 113. Based on the facts, Kenji was a, what's the answer? Habitual delinquent. If there would be new statute dealing with the crime establishing the conditions which would be favorable to Kenji, would the law be given retroactively? Yes, no, I don't know, maybe. Letter B, no, kasi habitual delinquent siya. Number 116. The following are the social bonds except. Okay. All of this except letter D kasi belief yan, hindi believe. Belief. The following must be present to constitute a crime. Very good. The answer is motive. So, lahat yan elements maliban sa isa. 118 occurs when the individuals accept the goal of the society but rejects or is incapable of attaining them through legitimate means. So, positive yung goal, pero negative yung means. What's the answer? Positive yung goal, negative yung means. That is innovation. 119. Characteristics of criminal law that a penal law cannot make an act punishable in a manner in which it was not punishable when committed. The answer is prospective. 120. It refers to any person who has been found to have committed a wrongful act in the course of standard judicial process. What's the answer? Okay, may nakita akong. Okay, the answer for this is letter C. Criminal na kasi have been found to have committed na wrongful act in the course of standard judicial process. So, ibig sabihin, tapos na yung trial and nakita na guilty siya sa nagawa niyang krimen. Yung accused, ano pa lang yun? Undergoing trial pa lang yun. Diba? Pero dito have been found naman. Have to have committed wrongful act. So, that is criminal. 121. For modalities of that, except. The answer is C, because that is duration, not durative. 122. Refers to detainees who are incarcerated pending trial and their final judgment. It includes all persons who are arrested, detained, imprisoned, or otherwise under the custody of the government authorities. What's the answer? What's the correct term? PDL. Anong ibig sabihin? person deprived of liberty. So, yan na yung bagong pangalan ng inmates, detainees, prisoners. So, hindi na inmates, detainees, prisoners, PDL. 123, it refers to any person committed to jail or prison by competent court authority for any of the following reasons. Under investigation, undergoing trial. What's the answer? So the question here is specific. So the answer is detainee. So under investigation, undergoing trial, ang tawag sa'yo. Pag nasa prison ka, ang tawag sa'yo detainee. Pag undergoing trial ka, nasa court ka, ang tawag sa'yo accused. How many prisons established under Spanish regime? Ilan? Ilan ang tinatag nila? The answer is only 2. Diba? Old Bilibid Prison tsaka San Ramon Prison. Yan lang dalawa. Under their reign. 125. The following are the executive clemencies except pag sinabi nating executive clemency, so plenary power of the president to grant clemency, sole power of the president. So the answer here is amnesty. So there are many arguments. Kasi sinasabi nila na amnesty is one of the executive clemency. But then, pag sinabi nga nating executive clemency, sole power lang ng president. Yung amnesty kasi is kailangan merong agreement with the Congress para ma-grant itong amnesty. Yes, concurrence of the Congress. Ibig sabihin, hindi siya sole power ng president. But there are books, mababasa niyo yan, madaming libro na nakalagay na amnesty is one of the executive clemency. So, yun lang. Kasi sa ibang bansa, amnesty is one of the executive clemency. Pero dito sa Pilipinas, hindi. Kasi nga, pag sinabi natin executive clemency, yung may sole power lang is yung presidente. So, yan, amnesty with the concurrence of the Congress. So, hindi lang siya sole power ng presidente. So, hindi siya executive clemency. So, yan, pardon, reprieve, commutation of sentence. Yan, executive clemency. 126. Who grants parole? Nasagot na natin to kanina, BPP. Anong role ng PPA, Parole and Probation Administration? Sila po yung nagsusupervise ng lahat ng probationers, parolees, pardonees. Sila yung nagsusupervise. 120. Tama ba? 27. Okay, Mary. Ay, nasagot na din to kanina. Paulit-ulit. Professional criminal. Ito din, nasagot na din kanina. No? Tama ba? So, ito yon, planning. Merong pagpaplano. The answer is chronic criminal. 129, A stabbed B. A brought B to the hospital for medical treatment. Had it not been timely medical attendance, B would have died. Kung hindi daw dahil sa medical treatment, namatay si B. So, this is the case of answer. Stab B. The answer is frustrated felony. 130. It is the process by which individual reduces the frequency of their offending behavior as their age increases. Habang tumatanda, nawawala na ng gana sa pag-commit ng crime. The answer is aging out. Doing gender, so this is a theory where yung mga lalaki gusto nila ipakita na dapat silang maging dominante kaysa sa mga babae. So, nangyayari, nagiging violente sila. Crime of reduction, yung individual nagkukumit ng crime because of experience of loss of loved ones or property or status or loss of anything they value. Kaya sila nakaka-commit ng crime. 131, most essential part in the definition of criminal law. Very good. That is penalty. Kaya tinawag na penal law din yung criminal law. Because it provides penalty or it provides punishment. Typology of crime means very good. Categorization. 133, what is not true about criminology? Alin dito yung hindi totoo? A, considered as an applied science? Totoo yan. B, C, study of crime as a social phenomenon? Totoo din yan. B, it is stable and it varies from one time and place to another. True or hindi? Hindi, di ba? Kasi hindi stable yung pag-aaral ng criminology. Dynamic, very good, nagbabago. Number 134, when is the approval date of Act number 3815? Approval date. Kailan approve? December 8. Yung effectivity date niya is January 1, 1932. Which of the following statement best describes the Latin maxim, there is no crime and there is no law punishing it? Very good. What are means in criminal formula? What does R means? Ano ibig sabihin ng R sa criminal formula? What does R means? R means resistance to temptation. So, ibig sabihin, the answer is control. Okay, lowest duration of penalty? Very good. Maximum duration of penalty? Maximum duration of penalty? What's the answer? Capital punishment is death penalty. Duration. The answer is life imprisonment. So, among the choices, yung sagot ay life imprisonment. What was the oldest operating prison built in the Philippines? Ito na naman yung tanong. Ano ang sagot? The answer is San Ramon Prison. Kasi nga ang tanong, operating. May nakalagay, oldest operating. Yung Old Bilibid Prison, hindi naman na yan operating kasi operating as prison because it is operating as jail na. So the answer is San Ramon Prison. 140. Peter Pan, victim of robbery, was able to identify his assailant, a neighbor, before he dies on the way to the hospital where he was declared dead on arrival. This crime is called. So si Peter Pan, biktima ng robbery. Na-identify niya ang kanyang attacker, yung neighbor niya. Before siya namatay sa hospital, namatay siya. So the answer is complex crime. Robbery with homicide. 141. The first IQ test was developed by French psychologist named who? The answer is Alfred Bennett. Alfred Bennett. Number 142. Prisoners who can reasonably trusted to serve their sentence under open conditions. Pwede silang lumabas. The answer is minimum security prisoner. Branch or division of law which defines crime, threats of their nature, and provides for their punishment. The answer is D, both A and C. So penal law and criminal law are the same. 144, it is the rule of just conduct made obligatory by legitimate authority for the general welfare and benefits of all people. Rule of just conduct. Rule of conduct for the general welfare and benefits of all people. That is law. 145, Act creating Board of Examiners for Criminologists in the Philippines. Very good. RA 6506. 146, the Bureau of Corrections is under what department? Failure to perform an okay, answer ng Bucor under DOJ siya. Failure to perform an obligation, duty, which is bound to do. What's the answer? Letter B, omission. What does Duralex Sidlex means? Sidlex means the law may be harsh, but that is the law. A case is considered blank when at least one of the offenders has been identified, there is sufficient evidence to charge him or her, and she has been charged before the prosecutor or the court. A, cleared. B, closed. C, open. D, investigated. Very good. The answer is D pala. A pala yan. Cleared. The answer is cleared. Last number, registered criminologist is considered civil service eligible if applying as jail officer. A, statement is true. B, statement is false. C, statement is partially true. D, statement is partially false. The answer is A. Very good. The answer is statement is true. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So I hope somehow na-refresh yung memory nyo. So regarding introduction to criminology. And may natutunan kayo. Thank you so much. God bless po. Good night. Thank you po, Sir Ingkad and Ma'am Ella.